The ISC Sports Network proudly presents the Pete and Alice Dye Junior Invitational live from Crooked Stick Golf Club. Final round coverage starts now.
It's one of the events we look forward to the most each and every year on the ISC Sports Network. And we are thrilled to be back for a fourth consecutive play of the Pete and Alice Dye Junior Invitational. And clearly one of the legendary golf clubs throughout the Midwest, if not the entire country. Crooked Stick Golf Club in Carmel, just outside of Indianapolis. This tremendous facility has hosted the 1991 PGA Championship, the Solheim Cup, the U.S. Senior Men's Open, not to mention the BMW Championships and numerous other events. But now we carve out 2 days every June into the junior golf calendar to bring some of the best players in the country and even internationally ranked junior golfers as well here to Crooked Stick. Our coverage has grown over the years, and we appreciate you being with us on the ISC Sports Network as we will show you activity on the 16th green and the entireties of the 17th and 18th holes. My name is Greg Rakestraw. I am joined by Lance Ringler of Golf Week magazine off the first successful playing of the National Golf Invitational out in Arizona. Lance, it's good to have you back with us for the coverage for a second consecutive year. Before we tell you about our first trio of golfers that have reached 17 for the day, you've been in this event as a caddy. You've now been in this event as an analyst. When you think of this event, what immediately comes to mind?
Well, the first thing I think about is what I felt like after caddying that 36-hole day. I was so tired the next day, and it was a really hot, tournament that year. The weather's absolutely perfect yesterday and today, so it's a good spot we got right here overlooking the 18th green. And the thing about this event is it's really grown amongst the competitors nationally. I mean, it's something that they talk about. It's hard to get into. It's an elite field, and like you said, Crooked Stick, it's standing the test of time as one of the great golf courses in the country, and great tournament golf here. And it's a treat to be here with you, and what a gorgeous day we have.
So again, on 17, what you are seeing is a par 3. Then it is a lengthy and difficult par 4 that is the finishing hole, but it's not the finishing hole for the first half of the field that you're about to see. So first things first, this trio of golfers, they were the first off the tee on 10 at 8 o'clock this morning. So they're right at about 2 hours into their round at this point. This trio includes Samantha Olson, Phoenix, Arizona. She'll be a high school senior next year. She is verbally committed to play at LSU. C.A. Carter, high school senior next year. She is from Lexington, Kentucky, and she will stay at home and play at the University of Kentucky in a year. And then Madison Bowman out of Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. She will be a junior, and she has yet to make a college commitment for 2 years down the road. We've expanded the field slightly this year. We had 66 total players each of the first 3 years. 72 were scheduled to play this week. We had one player on the boys' side that had to withdraw yesterday, so it's 71 that will complete 3 rounds. Again, we had 2 rounds yesterday, and as Lance alluded to, beautiful day, a bit of hazy conditions, and amazing to think about this. This is a result of the Western Canadian wildfires, kind of affected our amount of sunshine today. Most of that has kind of gone south of here now, so we will see largely blue skies. There may be a few more clouds that roll in late in the afternoon, but high temperatures in the mid-80s. Luckily for us, humidity is significantly down today. Humidity kind of in the 50% range. In other words, what the temperature is, which is right now in the 70s, is exactly what it feels like. Northwesterly breeze about 4 miles an hour, and talking with a good friend of ours and Brent Nickerson, golf coach at UIndy and caddy for one of the top female golfers in the field. Winds expected to kind of pick up as the day goes along. But let's talk about playing conditions that these golfers will be playing in today.
Well, it's absolutely perfect right now without the wind. The course probably doesn't have a lot of defense other than the course itself, where the rough is and the firmness and the greens. But it's absolutely perfect. You wouldn't get better scoring conditions than what you're seeing right now. Now, if that wind does pick up a little bit, obviously that'll play a factor. But it's darn near ideal out here right now, Greg.
Well, the thing is, Lance, is that, this has been set up almost like a U.S. Open course in terms of scoring. Normally being right around par is a very good score. So we take a look at our leaders board. The last boys group is just teeing off on one as we speak. Philip Dunham, who has played this event the last couple of years, he's currently at 2 under. Luke Colton and Bowen Ballas are at 1 under par. On the girls' side, we have one player, again, a repeat competitor in this event, in Caitlin Huber. She is at 1 under as well. Literally, she has just gone off the tee before that group at 1. So that kind of gives you an idea in terms of what these players are shooting for at this point. And as far as the scores of this trio are concerned, Samantha Olson 22 over par, C.A. Carter 23, Madison Bowman 26, Olson 3 over for her round today, Carter 2 over for her round today, and Moman 6 over for her round today. So you'll see the entirety of the field playing 17 and 18. We have 8 cameras positioned around those 2 holes. We'll be able to kind of swing over and show you some of the action on the 16th green as well. We'll get to that momentarily. The group that is following this one is the lone twosome that are playing. Reed Grazerman and Lucky Cruz. So long distance putt here on 17. And as Lance alluded to, what an effort. Oh my goodness. We just saw our best putt of the day on the first hole. I mean, how are you going to top that for birdie?
We might not see one like that all day.
We've got 5 hours of coverage. We just saw our best putt 3 minutes in. Take another look at that. What would you estimate the distance on that to be? That's got to be in the 60-plus feet range, wouldn't you think?
You know, Greg, that's deeper than that. That might be a basketball floor right there. That is, yeah, that's far. That might be upwards of 100 feet.
I was going to say, now my partner is, in addition to being one of the leading college golf writers in the country, he's also one of the best high school basketball officials in the state of Indiana. So either it's 84 or 94, depending on what level we're playing at, but that's significant.
That might be worth sending somebody out there to kind of note. That might be close to 100 feet, right? That was long.
Let's see if everybody's knocking these home. Couldn't figure out the speed nor lag on that one. So a little work to do.
That'd be a good highlight putt for you for a long time.
Well,
you don't capture those very often.
For those that are familiar with us on the ISC Sports Network, if you watch our online component of our program at iscsportsnetwork.com, we've got a highlight reel that we show of buzzer beaters, huge catches in football games, and we've included state championship winning putts over the years. That one might make that as well. So again, there are 24 groups that are all on the golf course as we speak. The last group's just teed off of 10 right behind us. Let's go with the chip from the edge of the green here on 17. So some work left to do for both pars for the remaining 2 members of the group. This is the first girls trio that we've seen in terms of Moman, Carter, and Samantha Olson. I want to thank the folks at Crooked Stick, Tony Pancake, Lily Harmon, Chris and Sally Worthwine, so many other people involved with this for having us back for a 4th year, but they take so many little extra touches, extra steps to make this event as memorable for these young ladies and men as possible, but frankly to make it as easy for us to identify players, such as having names on the bibs of the caddies. So this is Samantha Olson. Olson will commit to LSU. She'll be a high school senior next year. Misses that one, so Olson will give one more back. And Olson came to this hole at +3 for the day. Her first 2 rounds for the tournament at 80 and 83. Again, we're playing a par 72 here. Where does this course, in terms of difficulty, rank amongst kind of the other top flight junior tournaments here in the U.S.?
Well, the layout itself is obviously, it's a very demanding golf course, but anymore, I mean, golf courses are set up. You have to challenge these players because they're so good, and when you have a golf course like this, if you get it firm and fast, which I've heard it's playing that way, not a lot. The greens are hard. It plays as hard as they want to get it to each day. But traditionally, you know this, Greg. The Crooked Stick is just a difficult course in its own. A lot of challenging holes, and it's, like I said, it stood the test of time. I mean, they haven't. I mean, the 17th hole they've changed a little bit. I mean, I don't think I've been out there. It's only been a couple years since they filled in that entire left side. It used to be a lot different than what it is and what people see it now. But it's definitely, they can make it one of the more challenging golf courses. The biggest thing anymore is length. If you have length, that's what you have to have. And backing these guys and girls up further is what makes it tougher.
So Madison Moment with a 4. So now we go to Reed Grazerman and Lucky Cruz. This is Reed. Reed's from Boca Raton, Florida. He'll be a high school senior next year. How about the flyer that Reed is on so far? Reed is -4 through 7 holes. He went 81-81 his first 2 days. And he and Lucky Cruz,
he figured it out.
Now, if Lucky has the ability to go with his name and his hair, he will be a star. He is going to go golf at the University of Houston, and they produced just a few famous players over the years, and one very famous golf commentator as well.
They have some history there.
The alma mater of Fred Couples and Jim Nance. Lucky from Magnolia, Texas. He'll be a high school senior next year as well. Lucky has not been able to match his playing partner in Grazerman today. Lucky is 4 over.
Yeah, good swing.
And you start to hear some of the audio as well from, we've got the 18th tee box mic'd up. Cruz's tee shot on 17. Blocked that one, unfortunately, right. So now let's go back to the 18th tee. Here's Samantha Olson. Olson from Phoenix, Arizona. Lance, what's the approach here on 18?
That's gonna hit the freaking camera crew.
Well, thanks for the heads up on that. So our camera guy knows that a ball could be heading in his direction there.
The blue tent.
And I joked, I said that's going to end up being a target for everybody, is they're going to try to go inside of our camera position down on 18. So what's the approach here off the girls' tee in terms of how you play this 18th hole?
I mean, it challenges you to take more off than what you can. You really have to discipline yourself and take a more conservative line, maybe at the camera crew with the blue tent where he's stationed. The more you come right, the more difficult shot it is, especially if it's leaking at all.
Frankly, because of how much further back the boys' tee is, we tend to see more of the guy shots end up in the drink than we do
Finally.
From the girls.
It only took me 27 holes. Perfect.
And we are getting the honest and unfiltered thoughts of the athletes on the tee box, are we not?
I tell you what, this is going to be fun. Just the talk alone. I mean, this is awesome. And I do think that they have this tee back further for the girls than what normally. That looks like, I'd like to, we'll have to ask Tony when he comes back up here, but I think that it looks like they're playing it a little further back than what they did last year.
Frankly, that's the name of the game, though, these days. This is C.A. Carter. We have line of sight from our perch above 18. Another ball finds the fairway, and that's about as, you couldn't throw it any better from that position as to exactly where you want to be to approach this 18th green.
Yeah, that's pretty good right there.
CA, we ask these players for some biographical information, and oftentimes we'll get, hey, I'm attending this school, or hey, I've won this tournament, or I've played in this many. CA offered, she once defeated Justin Thomas in a putting contest. A fellow Kentucky native in terms of Justin Thomas. I think I'd brag about that too if I was from, or any player, frankly, say they beat Justin Thomas in a putting contest.
Wonder if she got into his pocket at all to get a little cash out of the deal.
If so, don't talk about that. Don't share that with the rest of our viewing audience. Well, I want to thank our ISC Sports Network crew. Jordan Shue, Sean Walker, Aaron Van Wolde, Brian Bailey, Alex Laverne, Daryl Tibbs, and so many other people. From an ISC Sports Network perspective, for those of you that are watching from, say, outside of the state of Indiana, we produce high school, small college, professional sports, daily and weekly talk shows as well. But from a scope of production, this is the single biggest event that we do every year. And Lance's Place will always hold a fondness in my heart during the early stages of the pandemic. Because of the outdoor nature of this event, this was one of the few events that was allowed to take place. So, you and I are both heavily involved in high school basketball in this state. We got to work the sectional round of the tournament in 2020, and that was it. So we stopped the first week of March. We were back out here at the end of May. It was the kind of the first sporting event back for so many of us 3 years ago.
It was. I mean, golf was one of the first ones back for everything.
Sure.
But this one, if I remember correctly, there were even a lot of golf tournaments hadn't really started back up yet, and this was one of the first one. So a lot of credit to Crooked Stick for pulling that off.
So again, this trio will get to 18, and then we'll go play the back 9. So again, we have 12 groups that teed off on 10. And basically, as you are watching our coverage today, we will work our way up through the leaderboard. So we will see likely the leader in the final girls trio, followed by the likely leader in the final boys trio. That was not the way it worked last year. Matt Maloney was about, and he's in the field again this year, he's about 4 or 5 groups up and just had players bogey after bogey behind him, and he hung on to win this event. Madison moment. For these players, being on our cameras is a big deal. Unless you're Madison and have appeared on the Jimmy Fallon show. She had a chance to play golf, skee ball with Jason Day, amongst other PGA Tour pros, on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. That was when she was 10 years of age. That was 6 years ago.
Just a memory for her 6 years ago.
So playing further back, and when I heard the conversation from Olsen about hitting the camera crew, I assumed it was further up 18. This was almost the one off 17 that she hit. So she is going to have to cross the lake a second time. And basically, unfortunately, hits we didn't have it on camera, but tried to hit a safety wedge, so to speak, and put that in the water. So unfortunately for Samantha, a big number on 18. She may have just, not to re-tee, but she may be swinging again here.
Yeah, she'll have to drop from there. And she's got a lot of room. She could hit a lot more club than what she hit there. Like you said, it had the flight of maybe an 8-iron, 9-iron wedge. She could hit a lot more. There's a lot of room.
So Carter now will walk to her ball. Moment elected to play that ball short. Before Carter plays, looks like we're going to go back to Olsen in terms of playing order. And again, just playing a little safer, a little further wide to the left. So we'll have two players that'll be laying up on this hole. Carter, because of her drive, now will have a good look. It's this hard to reach back pin placement. This is the equivalent of the Sunday pin that we see here at our broadcast location now each and every year. The boys twosome behind this group is currently on the 17th green. Carter going right for the flagstick. Does she have the right distance? Well, she's on the green. Will it check and roll back this way? That's a fantastic, it's a good effort. It'll be a difficult but makeable two-putt that she will have. This green complex kind of has almost three different sections or three different ridges. While we have Miss Carter on screen, tell me about the women's golf program at the University of Kentucky.
Well, it's gotten a lot better over the last, I'd say, 5 to 10 years. The coach is not, Golda has now been there. I want to say she's probably been there close to a decade, maybe more. Time tends to fly a little bit as we get older, but they've done a really nice job. They missed nationals this year, I believe, from a good seed, but a program that's definitely been one of the more improved programs, say, in the last 10 years. And you kind of have to be that way in the SEC, or you get left behind.
That is the next girls group. They are two groups behind the group that is currently on 18. So one on the green. Moment. Playing her third. Just missed that ridge. Will kick back down, and again, she will have a difficult two-putt from that spot. Next up is Olsen. Olsen may be laying 5 at this point, potentially 4. Approach. Well, that's a fantastic shot. Well, after a couple of rough ones now, she'll have a chance to hopefully get a 1 putt on the scorecard and try to carry that momentum over to what would be her back 9.
That's such a demanding hole location. I mean, I think you see where you have to hit it, and not many players are probably going to be that aggressive.
So with that, we go back to the 18th tee. Razorman. We do not know how he finished on 17, but 4 under through his first 7 holes of the day. We'll kind of bounce around the leaderboard as best we can. Razorman finished tied for 3rd here last year. Also finished T3 at the Scott Robertson Memorial a year ago. 457 is the length this par 4 that the boys are playing. And Grazerman, you could not bisect the fairway any more than he did. So he is striping it right now. Lucky Cruz. Cruz is off the tee, bending putt here on 18. That's a moment that'll have a pretty easily makeable par here, you would think.
Yeah.
Not exactly tap-in range, but given the distance she was putting from. Pretty good lag effort. Away now is Carter. He's putting for birdie, which again, we will not see a lot of those on this 18th. Third competitive round for these players. It's a great effort from there. A par on this hole is a good score every time. But I talk about, you know, these kids were playing practice rounds here on Sunday. Those either drove or flew in. And this is their third competitive round, so you get a pretty good idea of read of the greens and speed and things like that by day number 3. Also to finish out. This will be for a 5. Makes that. Carter can connect on this one. She'll make the turn at 3 over. Carter an opening round 85 and improved 80 in round number 2 yesterday. And a solid hole. So our first girls group is now going to make their way around the clubhouse to what is the traditional number 1 hole, which is a traditional kind of Pete Dye number 1 hole. Nothing too complicated on hole number 1. It gets complicated from that moment on here at Crooked Stick. So Cruz is away, both players in the fairway here. And again, this is a twosome of this group. We had one young golfer, Finley Bartlett, that unfortunately had to withdraw. So 35 in our boys field. What do you think the play is here for Cruz from that distance?
It's just, it depends on how you want to challenge this hole. I think we're going to see if the players that land it on top of that ridge will have a lot of success at getting the ball to stop. But if you fly it back to the hole, it's not going to stop. And if you fly it short, it's probably going to trickle down towards the right. It's really a tough hole location, which it should be on 18 here at Crooked Stick.
Judging by that replay, I just saw Grazer might be at 500. He may have just made a birdie on 17. I assume that Cruz, because we saw his tee shot, that he blocked it right. I'm going to assume that that was for a 4 for Cruz on the last hole. Both golfers in good shape here. Folks, I can guarantee the airport's not as close as it sounds from that plane flying overhead. It's on the other side of town.
Ooh.
Cruz is back by us.
I don't think it went in the bunker.
No, it's not in the pot bunker, but honestly, the bunker's an easier play from there because of how thick the rough is.
Well, and his stance is going to be awkward, and that's going to challenge his short game.
Grazerman playing ready golf. Again, he is hunting a flag. My goodness. Oh, my goodness.
I thought it looked good in the air. You might have some real highlights here today.
That is a kick-in birdie for that young man. He's kind of looking at the hole, and I'm even from our location, we are directly behind the hole. I'm trying to give him a signal as to just how close he is. We may need to start looking up the course record at this point because, again, if he scored what I think he did on 17, he's going to make the turn at 6 under.
That's not too bad.
Take a look at this, and he missed that by a fraction of an inch. And this is where I tell Reed's family that digital downloads and DVDs are available when you log on to iscsportsnetwork.com.
I have him as a Princeton commit, too, going to the Ivy League.
Okay.
From Florida. Ivy League's done an outstanding job the last few years of bringing in some top talent.
So usually we're about within a hole in terms of the automatic scoring system. We use the Golf Genius app for this, and so we are kind of tracking the scores as you are. There's a sizable scoreboard that's to the golfer's left, that's to our right, that we don't have eyeballs on, but we've got the Golf Genius kind of leaderboard in front of us. So we'll kind of wait for that to update for Grazerman. But oh my goodness, what a shot. Think of the shots we've seen the first two groups hit on 17 and 18.
We've only seen about 10 shots.
This is our 4th year of doing this event. And I was the on-course reporter in year 1. I've been in this chair the last 3 years. That is the single best approach I have seen in this tournament in the last 4 years. I think Grazerman can kindly finish out at this point.
Yes.
So he'll do that. There's your 3. And you were a millimeter away from that being a 2. Oh, what a back 9. Now he'll go play the front. He could easily end this tournament without having a round in the 70s. In other words, he goes 81, 81, and then 60 something.
Yes, that's likely what's going to happen.
Unfortunately, he had some ground to make up because his 4-under score has only bumped him up to T29 right now. But I feel that number, as other golfers tee off, will.
His ball's actually in the sand. Both feet are outside, which adds to the difficulty. And that whole location's no easy test anyway.
Got out of the sand, but that was an extremely difficult shot.
There's just everything added up there. I mean, you have the lake right behind it.
Yeah.
I mean, there was not a lot of good possibilities there.
Can we refer to that as a Pete Dye predicament?
Yes. Good old Pete. He's one of my favorite course designers. Just the variety of holes that he always created were just, I mean, he always kept it fresh.
Of course, Pete and Alice were quite the wonderful design tandem. We'll talk to their granddaughter, Lily, who'll join us throughout the course of the broadcast today. A little more straightforward shot now for Cruz. That will now roll to the other side of the green, and that's almost predictable after you just barely exit the sand on the previous shot. Group behind them, and understandably a little bit slower because they're playing as 3 and not 2. Group behind them is just now heading to the 18th tee. That was the second girls group off the tee. That group, Sahana Mantha, Ellen Yu, and local product Michaela Headley. So this is the 5th for Cruz. Good looking shot here. You'll be able to knock that home. So unfortunately a 6 for Lucky.
Have they updated Reed's score yet?
No, I'm monitoring that as we speak. The girls group previous to this one has been updated on the scoreboard. And Lucky Cruz is now to make the turn. So again, our lone twosome of the day will head towards the front 9. So our next trio features one of the handful of Indiana products that is in the field. We have 3 on the girls' side, just 1 on the boys' side. Michaela Headley going to play at Purdue next year. Lance, what can you tell us about Michaela?
Headed to Purdue, local. It's not a lot of times we see the kids stay in state anymore, but it's nice to see that happen.
Do what?
Well, she has played this event in
play
years gone by. That's Michaela on the
plus the
tee
wind's coming at us a little
as we
bit.
speak.
Where's your attack? Where's your aim? Or
In the middle of that
Of
Of course,
you
the
know
girls'
that?
golf season in this state is in the fall. The boys is in the spring.
where you're going?
So it is
Wind's got dined out a little bit. that's
certainly of note that the boys player we have is Aiden Gutierrez of Valparaiso, who is the defending IHSAA state champion and is playing this event in between the sectional and regional of the tournament.
It's a good draw for him.
He did the same thing last year. There's Michaela's shot off the tee. In fact, we had 2 local products that did that last year. He and Ford of Cathedral. And a week later, they played in the playoff for the state championship, literally 5 miles from here at Prairie View.
Yes, I remember. Just fortunate not to have the sectional or regional fall on that date.
So here is Ellen Yu. Ellen is from Greensboro, North Carolina. She will be a high school junior next year. She is currently 5 over on her round. She went 85-77 over the 2 rounds yesterday.
Good ball. Really good.
And Ellen Yu solidly in the fairway. Next up on the tee, Sahana Mantha.
Oh, I kept the umbrella left. It's not left enough.
Yeah.
Sorry about
She
that.
is from Charlotte, North Carolina.
I thought I kept the umbrella left enough.
Again,
but it's
she
not.
will be a
Oh,
high school junior. She is undecided as to what her college commitment is going to be. Sahana has wins at the Vaughn Taylor Championship on the AJGA circuit. Finished 3rd place in Huntsville as well.
next to the tree. Past the tree.
About how many of these national junior events are these players able to play during the course of a season, Lance?
You know, typically, I'd say a good number is probably around 8. You know, you'll see some play more. And what you find a lot in a lot of states, kids don't play high school golf. It's just you don't. In Indiana, obviously, most of the players do play high school golf, but in a lot of states, you know, they elect not to play high school golf, so that affords them the opportunity to travel out and play a little bit more of a national schedule and get a few more in. But I'd say a good number, you know, 6 to 8, 6 to 9.
Well, sometimes you're doing golf play-by-play. You end up kind of doing a little more talk show because you've got time to fill in between shots. And I realize that your level of expertise is college golf, but I'm going to read a paragraph from a story that just got posted by Bob Herrig 12 minutes ago and want to get your take on it. I'm just going to read the first paragraph. In a stunning move after a year of acrimony, the PGA Tour announced Tuesday it has entered into an agreement with the DP World Tour as well as Live Golf to merge. Your thoughts on that?
So, yeah, I'm really interested because I have done some podcasts and some radio shows recently and said that I really feel like I never thought the word merge would happen this soon, but they almost have to in some way. I did not think it would happen this quickly. I thought it would be at least another year down the road, but I'm really interested to know more about what merge means, how they're actually going to do that. But they had to find a way to work together, Greg. They just absolutely had to. It's just, you can't have the world's best players so separated.
So we'll kind of monitor that as details leak out about that throughout the course of the day. We're going to go back and show you what these ladies did on 17. And then a Sahana Mantha in the pink attire, playing this long par 3. LNU with the pitch for her second shot on 17. And a lengthy birdie putt, or par putt, I should say. So a 5 for her on the par 3 17. Again, difficult pin locations here for these 2 holes that we will feature on our ISC Sports Network coverage today. This par putt. Just a bit left. A little work to do for a 4 here, but collects it nicely. The birdie. It's Michaela Headley. So these are all second shots now that you're about to see. Sahana was 5 over through her first 7 holes. And this will be a layup. Frankly, that's a place where we don't see a lot of balls hit, but it gives you a pretty good angle of attack for a 3rd shot.
Yeah, that's the safety area. I just really feel like they're playing this tee box a little bit further back, but I could be wrong. Those are some long shots. And I know 18 is a difficult hole.
So here's Headley, her approach. This will just check up. Releases right at the edge of the green. She will have a county-wide putt for a birdie putt. You 5 over through her first 7 holes.
Boy, this is big news, Greg. My Twitter feed is absolutely, I mean, the comments I'm seeing already, and people didn't even know what was going to happen.
Great ball by you. Look at this. And look at that roll all the way across the green, even though she'll have, maybe she can putt it through that or a chip. I think that's a heck of an approach shot from that distance in the fairway.
Absolutely. Very makeable putt.
Played the angle of the green exceedingly well. Ellen on your screen won the AJGA Carolina Trace Championship last year. Finished second at both the Scott Robertson event and the PK BGT Invitational as the runner-up as well. Ellen currently tied for 32nd. Michaela Headley 34th. Michaela went 79.84 in her 2 rounds yesterday. So first to play of this trio here at the 18th green will be Sahana Mantha. All these golfers are getting ready to hit their 3rd shot. Obviously Sahana's goal is to try to put this within 10 to 15 feet to give herself a makeable par putt here. Would you estimate the distance is here, Lance?
I'd say this is probably right around just inside 100 yards, maybe. This could be good. Yeah.
That ball will come down the hill. Couldn't have played that any better. That's exquisite.
Yeah, that's
exactly what you hope for from that location.
Yeah, there's a ridge there that really affects these balls.
Which is why you saw her caddy race the green to kind of give her the right read from that area of attack. So Headley just completed her junior year of high school at Carmel. She finished tied for 12th in the IHSAA Girls State Championship. Ava Bunker of Columbus North won that event by 9 strokes in the foam.
She is a good player. I suspect we'll see Ava in this field in the next year or two.
She's just a freshman. Two other players that finished ahead of Michaela in the IHSA state finals are in this field today. Samantha Brown of Westfield and her high school teammate Claire Swathwood, who is a late add to the field. She's been faring well. What's your goal on this one, Lance? How close do you want to get this?
Well, if you can get it, she's got it on a good line if she hit it hard enough.
I don't think she did.
No, if you get it, it'll funnel the hole, but you have to get it out here on that ridge.
Michaela has a little bit of a local advantage knowing this facility, but didn't hit that one the way she'd like to. So this is a birdie effort for LNU. By the way, group behind, the boys are on the tee box here on 18. Here's a look at the next group through.
Good shot. Thanks. Good shot. Yeah, good shot.
Aiden Gutierrez, again, we've mentioned him, the defending IHSA state champion. Harav Shah, one of our international players from Australia. And Aiden Collier, the trio of players behind those on the green. Arav even on his round today.
Shot. Good ball.
Thank you.
So on the green, Headley will putt for par. Good effort there. She'll take a 5. So now it is Yu's turn for birdie.
Carry the water, please. I'm not sure. The part that I carry is probably.
So all three of the boys golfers behind us are off the tee. Birdie effort. Just pulled it left. But you will hear me say this numerous times during the day. You will take your par on this hole and walk away.
Have we got a score update on Reed?
I will check momentarily. Samantha for her 5. And Grazerman's at 3 under. So Mantha with the 5. Now Grazerman's card shows a 6 on 18. That can't be accurate.
I do not believe.
No. So if it records accurately his 3, in other words, he may have entered it twice, then he would be at 6 under. Because he birdied 5 of the first 8 holes. So we'll double check that. Yu gets her par. By the way, Ellen had played this in a double bogey each of the first 2 days. Yeah, when the scores were entered, they were entered on the wrong player.
Okay.
They flipped Cruz and Grazerman's score, so you are correct. He's at 6 under. We will alert the proper authorities on that. And of course, we have the automated scores, but just like any golf event, they will literally walk through with the officials the card to make sure they got. But let's go back and show you what this group that is getting ready to approach their second shots here at 18. Of Shaw, outstanding tee shot. Chance for the young Australian to potentially birdie here. Here's Gutierrez wearing his Valparaiso Vikings colors, our IHSA state champion. A lengthy putt for him. Collier. Lengthy chip for him for birdie. Even that level of work in terms of par. Gutierrez will play his high school regional Thursday. He was tied with one of his high school teammates for medalist at his sectional in 76 last week. The IHSA state finals are next Tuesday and Wednesday. Get back here in the Carmel area over at Prairie View. Gutierrez makes his par over on 17. This is Collier for bogey. So unfortunately a double for him. That kind of explains his reaction off the tee on 18. Shaw for a birdie. Well done, young man. Great job by our crew to be able to fit those replays in perfect time to now get back to the action on 18.
I like that golf shirt he's wearing.
Well, given as much time as you spend on the course and traveling the country, you see a lot of them. Who are the fashion plates for those that played in your NGI event last month?
Well, I tell you what, you don't have to go far from here in Ball State. I mean, Coach Fleck, he always has that team decked out in nice gear. I mean, they got great colors, black, white, and red. I mean, it's easy to find those, those good outfits. But they're usually sharp. But you see a lot of the thing about golf, Greg, is especially college golf. They're typically at a tournament for 4 days.
You got to have everything.
So some days, Wyoming was there, and we know that brown collar Wyoming is. They were wearing pink one day. So you see schools wearing non-traditional colors a lot just because of the number of outfits they have to have.
Here's Shaw back in this event for a second year.
If this carries, that's going to be all right.
Now we'll shack up and stop you. It's just a foot or two too long through the green.
Yeah, it's you have to land it pretty much on top of that ridge. If you land it past the ridge, that's what we're going to see all day long.
It is a narrow window. Well, you referenced Ball State, and I referenced Lance's event, the National Golf Invitational. If you're looking for a basketball comparison, imagine this is the NIT of golf. Your team had a great year, didn't make the NCAA field. This is your chance to enjoy a postseason tournament. And the individual winner of that event, Cash Beller from Ball State on the men's side, as Colliers has to pitch up. And given where he was kind of in Death Valley in that rough, that's a heck of an effort to get that to the edge of the green. But Cash from Peru, Indiana, who played in this event 3 years ago.
Yeah, Cash had a great tournament, made birdie on the final hole to win the NGI, and vaulted him about 800 spots in the Wagger rankings, and got him into some other tournaments this summer. So expecting big things out of Cash this summer and next year. Good player.
So Gutierrez's approach. Not sure he likes it. I can understand why. Now, he will have some green to work with there and some runway, so it's kind of an awkward shot, but it's a potential up and down chip from that location.
Yeah, that's not as the balls that end up in the front of the green actually might be more difficult than the balls that are over here to the left of this green. You don't have to deal with that ridge as much. You just gotta, it's just all speed.
So let's go to 17. This will be the third girls group that we see of the day. This group that is playing 17 includes Emily Luo of Danville, California, Kate Barber of Savannah, Georgia, and Kara Heisterkamp. Kara's played this event before, and if you are watching this locally, then Kara's a name you're going to want to know because she's going to play golf at Indiana University. She is one of 3 IU commits that are in the field. And I see you have been given a rangefinder to give us an accurate view of the action.
I sent a text to Tony and he delivered. So now we're going to have a good idea how far they are out there.
I was relying on your caddy experience just to give me eyeball and distance.
I can come close, but this will give us an exact reading.
And I'm going to take a guess that that's Kara because she's wearing an IU hat over on 17. Just an inkling that might be her. She is 6 over through her first 6 holes of the day. She has put up back-to-back 80s, has the soon-to-be Hoosier. How is the new golf facility treating the IU program?
It's good. The golf course is so demanding. It's literally, it's one of the harder, it could be the hardest college golf course in the country. And when they let everything grow up into its natural, what they want it to naturally look like, it's really difficult.
So
the State Am's going to be there.
Action picking up on 18. That was a lengthy chip for Aiden Collier. He is at 7 over through 8, including that double on the last hole. This is Gutierrez on your screen. He's at 3 over for his round today. An Arab Shaw. Shaw, the birdie on 17, puts him at 1 under for the day. Shaw on 87 yesterday, so he's had one bad round that's affected 2 other pretty good rounds of golf. It's Gutierrez. I think he dialed the speed on this one up about perfectly. He'll still have his work cut out for him, but certainly a makeable par putt here from the back of the green. See that Valparaiso Viking V on his hat. Again, the Vikings, the high school team, the Beacons, the college team at Valparaiso University. So Shaw directly in front of us. Tough to stop it from that point, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just going to be, we're going to see a lot of balls there today, I think, especially from the boys later in the round. It's just a very difficult shot.
So these are all par putts that you are seeing here on 18. Unfortunate bogey. That might be one you wait 10 seconds just to see if a wind gust might knock it over. Hayden's going to play at Lipscomb. He'll be a college golfer next year. He has already graduated high school.
It's amazing. You watch both these players on the green, how much they do what's called aim point. It's, you straddle your line, and they all do it now, and I can't figure it out. I don't see what they, but you'll see players doing that all day long. And here he is. He's counting the degrees of turn, and I don't know. I'm more of a field player.
Gutierrez is away. Gutierrez is committed to play at Baylor a year from now. He's a junior. Just pulled it left. So Gutierrez will go to 4 over for his round. And for those of you that are watching from outside of the state of Indiana, Valparaiso, about 2 hours northwest of here. It's closer to Chicago, frankly, than it is Indianapolis. A relatively easy drive to the north side of Indy from there. And one he plans on making again a week from now. The IHSA golf tournament, you have sectionals, regionals, then the state championship. 18 teams will qualify for the state tournament next week. Hayden and his teammates at Valparaiso have to be in the top 3 of their regional. Shaw for par. Shaw, the equivalent of a high school sophomore. Just couldn't get the read right. Fives across the board for this group. For Shaw, that'll bring him back to even on his round. Gutierrez in with a 5. international player. Shaw's list of accomplishments catch your attention. He has already won the Bangladesh Amateur Championship this year. He was the India Junior Boys Champion last year. And connects here. So our second boys group through. Now we go back to the 18th tee. As advertised, breeze starting to pick up here. Feels great.
Yeah, feels awesome.
But what does this mean for the golfers?
Yeah.
So again, this trio is Emily Luo, Danville, California. Kate Barber of Savannah, Georgia. Kara Heisterkamp. And weather-wise, though, this is not that the weather has been bad in any of the three previous playings of this event, but this by far has been the best weather that we have had for this two-day event. We played this right after Memorial Day, the first go-round. It has now been moved back a week each of the last couple of years.
I recall it being hotter.
This is as cool as we have had it. It's also,
it's
the last 2 years we have dodged rain showers. In
I think
fact,
it's just that
last year for our final round,
Bush left of the boxes.
we had to play
it's,
in shotgun style.
It's almost because of the wind.
Because obviously
right
we
at
have
the-
players from all across the
Yeah.
country, and in our last
So, like,
case,
see
in
the
our of
blue
Schroff
thing?
from all
Yeah.
across the world.
It's right of that, right?
Are you serious? That's pretty far left.
It is?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
thinking at the bendy tree.
The bendy. Oh, yeah, I like the bendy tree. And then just feel your trajectory and hold your finish.
That's called laying out of the business, by the way. They're offering far better commentary
Yeah.
than I can.
That's great.
Kara, the 2021 Ohio Junior Girls Champ. She'll be a high school senior next year.
Ha! Nice.
I'm not sure if that was the bendy tree, but
I know. I'm not sure where that ended. Yeah, it looked like she kind of blocked it.
by the way, you see that mailbox on your screen? That is the suggestion box.
Yes.
If you can get it there, then you can offer your suggestion. The other landmarks that we'll show you over by 17 is the mail pouch chewing tobacco covered bridge.
Thanks.
So in the short grass. That was Emily Luo. Emily, she was a San Francisco City semifinalist earlier this year. Kate Barber, the third member of our playing trio of this group. Barber played this bogey in both holes yesterday. Heisterkamp parred this hole each of her first 2 days. Let's go back to 17. That's Kara with her iron to the 17th green. Luo. And then Barber. You can tell by Barber's reaction, not happy with where that one ended up. So Barber with that lengthy effort. Still work left to do after that putt traversed almost the entirety of the green. Barber had teed off on 18 before we got back to her shot. That's Luo's second. Hard chip for Luo on the last hole. Just left that for bogey, but she collected. Heisterkamp with a long putt. Almost our second lengthy make on that 17. Kara taps in for par. It'll be Heisterkamp that is first to play. She is well back after the errant tee shot here off of 18. What's the aim point here for Heisterkamp?
Trying to. I think that the shot here is just, you got to go probably about, I want to see it about 10 yards left of the pin. And try to get middle of the green yardage.
Trying to get this one.
Yeah, she's just putting it out.
Yeah, we saw Mantha kind of do that left side of the fairway.
I have a feeling she probably she had a more aggressive line. She just probably at the last second decided, let's go a little bit left.
Right. It's now from the fairway. Looks like Luo will be first to go. She is one over her first 7 holes, so. It's Kate Barber. She'll be a high school junior next year. From Savannah, Georgia, which means she's got some fantastic golf courses I'm sure she can play in her backyard on a regular basis. And obviously you are playing year-round if you are from Savannah.
If my calculations are right, she's about 190 from there, Greg.
She is 6 over through her first 7 holes. Pulled this left of the green and buries it. Trying to get up and out of there to salvage par. She has bogeyed this hole each of the last 2 days. So Luo has played this with a 5 and a 6 in her previous 2 rounds. Trying to get this ball to come back right a little bit, and she will join Barber in that same area. So this trio of golfers still has some work left to do.
A lot.
And this is the 3rd women's group of 12 that we will see come through today. And our field expanded ever so slightly this year from 66 total players to 72. Well, we have the opportunity, and we're working our way through the field and up the leaderboard. Caitlin Huber has been in this event in years gone by. She is our leader at 1 under. She's got a 2-shot lead. She has just played 3 holes so far today. On the boys' side, Luke Colton is our leader. And Luke is all of 15 years old. He's at 1 under. Owen Ballas and Philip Dunham. Dunham as well will be a high school sophomore next year. He's at even par. I remember Philip, where he is a lefty, if I remember correctly.
I believe that's correct.
Right now on the boys' side, we have 6 players within 3 shots of the lead. On the girls' side, a little more spaced out. Just 3 players currently within 4 shots of the lead. So Barber here is getting her kind of line of attack after she punches this one out. Heisterkamp will be first to play. There are definitely some strategy sessions kind of taking place right now.
Yeah, this, like I said, this is a very tricky green. A lot of different ways to play these shots.
And only 1 or 2 of them would be the correct play. Cy Norman, Jack Usner, Aiden Cole, by the way, the next boys trio that are heading back to the tee box as we speak. Here's Luo. She's going to like that. Going to funnel down. It'll run past the hole. There's like that. There's no way to stop it.
Yeah, you just got to almost stop it on top of the ridge.
Yeah. Thought she frankly hit a better shot than that result indicated.
I think what we're seeing is just the balls pick up so much speed.
Now let's see what the other 2 golfers kind of learned, because their angle of attack are similar. Heisterkamp.
If this gets to the hill.
Just missed it. That's honestly a foot away from being a really good shot.
Yeah, it probably, like you said, a foot or 2. And that's probably right down next to the hole.
But frankly, as you saw Luo's ball roll by, you had to be thinking the next golfer we're going to see is going to leave that short. So here's Barber. See if she can find kind of that mid-range in between those 2 shots. Maybe.
Yeah.
This will start to roll.
This might
and
go
pick
in.
up speed. Third time's a charm, right? So there will be a well-earned par for Barber.
I'm going to predict we see a hole out from someone today chipping.
So already, the guys are all off the tee on 18. We'll catch up with that group coming up in a matter of moments. Cole, Norman, Usner, Heisterkamp away of this group. Good speed. Just couldn't get it to stop. Heisterkamp finished 17th in this event last year. Good looking putt, just pulled a little left. So that'll be for a 5. It's the 5th event that Barber has played so far in 2023. Her best finish tied for 7th in April. So knocks that one home for her 4. Heisterkamp had a 5th place finish at the Women's Am 2 years ago. Connects on that to finish the hole. For Emily, this is to pick up a 5 here. She had been 1 over through her first 7. She's given up shots on each of the last 2 holes. So this group will be moving on now to the front 9. And we had 6 boys and girls groups that teed off on 10. 6 groups teed off on 1. We've had 5 groups roll through so far. So next up on the boys' side. Cy Norman. Norman 2 over for his day. What's unique about this group is that they are all graduated high school seniors. They are all off to college golf in the fall. First lefty that we have seen of the day. And that will be especially for a lefty, an extremely difficult shot. So if he's got a righty wedge, he may want to switch up if he can, because he's going to be standing above the ball and in the grass. So of this group, kind of a soon-to-be Texas A&M Aggie. Norman going to play at Central Florida. And Aiden Cole will play at Ole Miss. Outstanding approach, but again, the green's not going to hold it. You really almost have to hit the top of that ridge. That's the landing spot to be on the back of this green is maybe 5 to 10 feet. This group a respective 16 over through their first 8 holes today. And that will again be our only putt, but a notable distance away. So here's what this group was able to do on 17. Using her 80 and 77 yesterday. Cole 78, 79. Cy Norman 74, 81. Going up and down for 3. And not the shot you were hoping to hit there. And you look at the wind and the green, just roll that ball away. Good effort. This is to salvage a 4. Couldn't do that. So a 5 that time through. A couple of good looking chips from just off the green there on 17. So a pair of 3s and a 5 for our group, and all these golfers are hitting their 3rd shot on this very difficult par 4. By handicap, this is considered to be the 3rd most difficult of the back 9.
I'd say the scoring average may play harder than that.
I would agree with that. I may respectfully disagree in terms of the this being the 3rd most difficult hole in the back 9.
No, it's not today with that hole.
So here's Aiden Cole. There is some geometry involved in this shot.
I mean, if he does what he wants to do here, this is going to be fantastic if he can pull this off, because he's got to literally land it about right where he's standing.
Us lefties are always a bit more creative.
Boy, he has that blade way open.
Aiden, a winner at Huntsville on the AJGA circuit. Georgia State High School champion as well. One of the many SEC-bound golfers in this field. I'm not sure how much better he could have done from that lie, or from that position.
Yeah. He didn't get the lift he wanted.
No. That was diabolical for a lefty. That's a pretty good spin from right there.
Yeah, that was good.
That's about as well as you can deaden that ball from that position. That's Cy Norman in front of us. That's going to play at UCF next year from Benton, Illinois. So he's got that for a par. Cole, par chip. He's got still some work left to do for bogey. So this is Jack. He's heading to play at Texas A&M. This hole first time through with a par yesterday, second time through a double bogey. This is a birdie putt. an awfully difficult read from all that way back. So far we have seen one birdie here on 18. We will not see many today. It's just a difficult hole.
I think we've really seen many pars either.
No. Jack that's away. He's finished in the top 5 in 5 different AJGA events over his youth career. What sort of program is he walking into at Texas A&M?
The Aggies historically are at the NCAA championship. Just lost a really good player in Sam Bennett, who everybody followed at the Masters.
That was just a misread. He hit that exactly where he wanted to. He didn't get the line right or the speed right.
I still have trouble with Texas A&M being in the SEC.
Well, Texas and Oklahoma are about to follow,
know,
so
right?
be ready.
About to get all kinds of stuff here in the next few years.
So these golfers making the turn. We'll head to 1, which is just on the other side of the clubhouse. Just past the driving range here. Practice green is off to our right, clubhouse to our right. Other side of that is the front 9. Temperatures in the upper 70s, low 80s. Couldn't ask for a more perfect weather day. This is for 5. Misses that one. So Cole will make the turn at 8 over for his day. Went 78-79, but could have a rougher third and final round today. And here's Norman. Norman fired a 2 over 74 for his opening round. Backed it up with an 81 yesterday. This is to make the turn at 2 over. Very respectable score on this course. And does so. Norman will play at Central Florida, a school that is on their way to the Big 12. So that opens up things for us at 18. Looks like our next group behind is currently on 17. Of course, we alternate groups, girls then boys. Looks like our next group on the girls' side, Audrey Rue, Grace Ridenour. We've got a couple of groups at least backed up from a score standpoint. Well, since we've got the time, let's kind of give you a look at this 18th hole. The finishing hole of this legendary
The 457-yard par 4 18th is one of the best finishing holes in golf.
The water tends to be in play more for the ladies from that tee spot than for the guys, but it can be dangerous. There is nothing easy if you miss that green, miss the fairway to the left either.
There's really nothing easy about the entire hole.
No.
It's just every shot.
And it is a sizable green, but it's really in 3 sections, which means that once you break it down to that level, there is nothing easy about trying to find whatever your location is. And I honestly think that for these players, the water comes more into play on the second shot than it does the first. Again, you and I have now been doing this for a couple of years, and you rarely see anybody flirt with the again, from our vantage point left, but from the player's vantage point, the right-hand side of the green, everything is middle of the green or left, trying to get that water out of play.
Right, and if you look at the tee shot, it angles you out. I mean, you really got to try to cut something off that lake, which isn't easy to do. It's such a demanding carry, so they do tend to play left off the tee. But you're right, the second shot definitely brings the lake more into play.
So Audrey Rue, Sophie Stevens, Dresden Bounds.
Just like down the middle.
This
Down
is
the
the
middle.
group that is due up this time through. See Audrey from Dublin, Ohio. That's the Columbus area. Audrey has graduated from high school. She is going to play at Furman in South Carolina. She was her high school state champion as a sophomore, runner-up as a junior. Sophie Stevens due up next. Sophie from Highland, Michigan. She too has graduated. She's going to play at the University of Florida. Won the Billy Horschel event last year. She was the Michigan Girls Player of the Year in both 2021 and 2022. When you pick up the tee that quickly, you know you like it. Dead center of the fairway. Two outstanding tee balls so far. Now Dresden Bounds.
'27.
This means she is yet to start high school.
Yeah.
She's at a 68.
She's a top 10 ranked player in that 2027 class, so this is a really good young and up-and-coming player.
She's at a 68, the Stacy Lewis AJGA event, and so many of these now AJGA events, you know, are sponsored, created by players on the LPGA or PGA Tour. And obviously here, you're honoring, you know, one of the great couples of the game, one of the great architects of the game. So we've given you some information on the kind of backgrounds of these players. Now let's tell you how they're scoring it so far here in the tournament. By the way, on the girls' side, they're all chasing Caitlin Huber, who is 1 under through 6. Let's go back to this trio. Back on 17. Bounds, by the way, for the tournament. It's plus 15. She's 23rd. Dresden Bounds also plus 15 for the tournament. Audrey Ryu is 2 under for her round today through 6, but as you can tell, in a tough spot, both off the tee and then kind of with a secondary chip. So unfortunately, some of the great work she did the first 6 holes may have been undone by what happened there on 17. But Audrey, at the last scoreboard check, was tied for 11th in this 36-player field. Sophie Stevens was 1 under through her first 6 holes for the day. Easy tap in there. How about that for touch? Read that one about as well as you could. And then knocks it home from that point. That's the action on 17 for this group. And from an automated scoring system, these players kind of a couple of holes behind in terms of what the scoreboard is showing. But Stevens at 12 over for the tournament. Ryu at 11 over for the tournament. Bounds at 15 over. This group so far, Ryu an 81 in her opening round. Everybody else has had rounds in the 70s. So Stevens on your screen is going to play at the University of Florida. How good are the Gators these days, Lance?
Well, they're kind of up and down. You know, seems like every third year they appear, so they're kind of like a Gator, right? They've been up and down a little bit, but obviously, anytime you're at the University of Florida, you have a chance to be good any given year, like the men did this year, winning the national championship.
Sophie has parred this hole each of the last 2 days. Dresden Bounds from the San Antonio area. Puts us on the green.
Oh,
it just rolled through by a couple inches. Again, she's inches away from a fantastic shot. She's got that for a birdie chip.
Got her at 178 yards right here.
Group behind these ladies playing the 17th green as we speak. This one's coming right at the flag. Low trajectory. It'll make that back tier. Now will it stop?
Not gonna be too bad.
Yes, it will. But I guesstimate that's 20 to 25 foot relatively flat birdie putt she's looking at. It's the first player to kind of take more of a low line with that shot.
Yep. That's a good play. Now just get it left of the flag.
Audrey yesterday, first time through. She's played this as a 5 and a 7. She's looking to potentially make this her best time through 18. This is the 7th of 24 groups that we'll see come through here today. Again, I like the line. See if the distance is judged correctly. Well, on the green, she'll have to go up and over the ridge. But I would say as a group, that's the best that we've seen a group, all three, play this hole so far.
We might have more than one par.
It could be. Now, because of the amount of college golf coaches that are here, you will at times hear Lance put the headsets down because he has like this mayoral role in talking with the various coaches. So we'll update you as to who he's checking in with coming here in a matter of moments. Let's go back to the 18th tee. This is the fourth boys group to come through of the day. And they are chasing Luke Colton and Philip Dunham at 1 under par. I believe this is Maxwell Vandermolen, Dalton Burtz, and Nolan Haynes. Our trio off the tee. Good looking drive there. Again, cannot thank our wonderful ISC Sports Network crew enough. Thanks to guys like Austin Lass, Chase Eisnagel, Daryl Tibbs, Jordan Shue. Thanks to Vince Morales and J.D. Arlen for their help in setting the course yesterday. Very busy time for us on ISC. We're fortunate enough to be able to produce Indianapolis Indians baseball, the Indiana-Kentucky All-Star Series, Indy 11 women's soccer, the National Baseball Association, and all those events happen with about an 8 or 9 day window. And we're in the middle of that window right now. This group currently at plus 12, plus 14, and plus 12 on the tournament. We should be able to show you both these next 2 tee shots without missing anything on the green. Dresden Bounds on the green will be the first to play. She has the chip effort. Another successful drive in the fairway off the tee. Bounds still not getting ready to make her shot on the green. We're going to have a replay-worthy chip for you. You just saw the final drive off of 18. Let's get you back to the 18th green. Because what looked to be, you see the end result of the shot. What looked to be almost a fluffed chip ended up being the absolute perfect shot by one of the youngest players in the field in Dresden Bounds, who is 14 years of age. Take a look. At first reaction, you thought, this is simply a miss hit. Far from it. How about that ball for following instructions? Could not have drawn that up any better. So she'll wait to finish. She'll let the other 2 players that are on the green have their birdie putts before she knocks that in for par. You can hear the wind starting to pick up. Nice, cool, refreshing breeze. This makes life a little more difficult for these golfers. Ryu for birdie. Not enough speed there, but again, that should be good enough for certainly a makeable par putt outside of bounds. Now Sophie Stevens. Stevens, we've seen a chip or 2 from that area. It's kind of the first putt that we'll see from here. Stevens was 1 under through her first 6. She birdied both 13 and 15 on her way towards the clubhouse. Just pulled out a bit left, but again, that's tap in par range. All 3 players virtually lined up on top of each other. Stevens will finish out just to get out of the way. There's 1-4 out of the way. As Lance rejoins us now, how's everything in Clemson, South Carolina?
It's good. Yeah, she's not got any players committed in the field. She's just doing that day-to-day grind.
And that, so tell us who you were speaking with.
Talking to Kelly Hester from Clemson. Done a nice job there. They won the ACC this year.
And Kelly is always welcome here because of Abigail Pancake.
Yep.
Her dad, Tony, the head pro here.
Yes, she's probably got a side door entrance over there.
Yep, that's the key card. And if Bounds can knock this one in, I'll make an old school NBA reference for my combination basketball and golf aficionado partner in Lance Ringler. A Moses Malone group. Faux for this group.
That is the best group that has come through here.
By far. And how about the chip shot that Bounds had here?
Yeah. You almost, that's the shot that you can almost miss.
Right.
And ends up good.
So again, the boys lined up right behind. Three outstanding drives of this group. Maxwell Vandermolen, Dalton Burtz, Nolan Haynes. Nolan will play at Missouri next year. Again, he has graduated from high school. Dalton will play at Augusta University. And they play Division I in golf, given their location. Maxwell Vandermolen is the youngster of this group. He'll be a high school sophomore next year from nearby Richland, Michigan. Vandermolen 1 over through 7. Burks 3 over through 7. Haynes 3 over through 7. And they have played 17. That is a pretty solid approach shot. Didn't hit the ridge that he had hoped to, but that's certainly par territory from where he's at right there. And the latest guest to stop by and say hello to you on the hit parade was?
That was the Furman head coach, Jeff Hall.
I get extra credit points for knowing their nicknames, the Paladins, yes. By the way. Another approach here on 18. Ooh. And airmailed that one. Lie will not be too tough. It's relatively flat, but now it's where do you land that ball?
You know, Greg, if you think back to last year, for some reason this hole is playing much more difficult.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of balls on the green last year. This year we're not even seeing them hit the green in regulation.
And I think what it has to be is, frankly, simply the weather conditions here locally over the course of the last month. We have not seen much rain. Obviously, you're watering greens all the time here, but ground's a little naturally more firm than it has been. And that's not a bad shot from there. It won't catch the ridge from there, and you'll basically just have to kind of tap that to kind of get it down the hill. But maybe not surprisingly, as we get further up the leaderboard, we are seeing
you see better shots.
Better shots.
Got to remember that.
So let's go back and show you. This group played on 17. Maxwell Vandermolen, Dalton Burtz, Nolan Haynes. The trio of golfers that we're showing you right now. Dalton Burtz again from Peachtree Corners, Georgia. Finished tied for 5th in 2022. High School National Invitational. Nolan Haynes from Barberton, Ohio. Knew he was going to be a good golfer when he had a hole-in-one at age 4. kind of an idea of
That's
his
not
talent.
fair.
That's Nolan you're seeing right now. That's putting, by the way. 2020 state champ in Ohio. He fired an 11 under at the Justin Thomas AJGA event. Maxwell Vandermolen was the Michigan Junior Amateur Champion. He was the Michigan Junior Stroke Play Champion. Both of those in 2022. This is Dalton Birch you see here that has got the difficult chip. What's your advice here on this one, Lance?
Well, your advice is to make sure you make a 5 or give yourself a chance of 4. I mean, if you pick a big target and just, get yourself to within 15 feet or so, that's really good. Didn't get the best bounce, but that's really good.
It's as well as you could hope for from that spot.
Yeah. I think he hit the collar just slightly, maybe that fringe cut. Boy, he didn't waste any time either. He got right up there and laid the blade open and flopped it.
So on your screen now, that's Maxwell Vandermolen, the youngest of this group. Vandermolen 76-79 in his 2 rounds yesterday. 1 bogey and 5 pars in his first 6 holes of the day. We talk about in so many sports transfer portal. Not to spy on your Facebook feed, I think you said tamper portal in a message I saw earlier today. How has that affected the sport of golf?
It's like every other sport. I mean, it's a smaller, quieter community, so you don't have the fan involvement, but it's pretty bad. I mean, it's just a shame that these kids go to a school and schools invest 2-3 years in them, gave them a chance, and then they get better and they just leave. And it's part of the deal now, and it's not it's here to stay, I think.
So Vandermolen for birdie. He birdied this hole yesterday, also bogeyed it. Now the question is, will it stop? Which is amazing to think about before it gets to the hole.
It's really
fantastic. Fantastic. Take your par and go home, and knowing that he has played this hole in 12 shots 3 times through, job well done.
And don't get me wrong about the portal. It definitely has a spot for the right situations. I think we all know that. But it's just, they leave for reasons that no one ever thought about leaving before, and it really leaves a lot of programs in flux.
So here's Haynes. Haynes 3 over through his first 7 holes today. He bogeyed this hole both times he played it yesterday. Good effort. Again, the goal from there, 2-putt. So he'll do his best on 18. The 3 times he's played it. What sort of programs he heading to at Missouri?
Missouri, new Mark Hankins has taken over, will be the head coach. He's been the associate head coach the last 2 years, and top 40 team. Top 40 program, made regionals, and expect them to be continuing to improve.
So Birds will finish that out. By the way, on the girls' side, Caitlin Huber, our leader, has given a shot back. She is currently at even. She is playing the 8th hole as we speak. We'll see her in the next to last group of the day. Our coverage now hitting the 2-hour mark here on ISC. This is the 8th of 24 groups that we'll see. And Haynes finishes out with a par.
I'll share with you one more story about the portal, just to give you an idea of what some of these programs face. I was talking to a coach earlier this spring of a mid-major program, and he told me about a recruit that he had coming in that he knew was really good, and no one else was really on this player. He said to me, he goes, I'm only going to have him 1 year. That's how it works.
Right.
So he goes, because no one knows about him, he's going to come in, he's going to be good, he's going to do well, and then he's going to leave. Junior college golf.
You don't think about 4 years anymore, you think about 1 year.
Yeah, some of these, yep.
And as a basketball play-by-play guy in the Horizon League, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So you're refiguring it out every year.
So the next trio of ladies that we will see, Jenna Madden of McKinney, Texas, Emery Cameron of Nevada, Missouri, and Natalie Yen from West Lynn, Oregon. It looks like that trio is all already off the tee. This group, Natalie Yen is even through 6 holes. She's 11 over for the tournament. Emery Cameron, 14 over for the tournament, 3 over on her day. Jenna Madden, 5 over through her first 6 holes. Tied for 21st. And what's unique about this group is that you have no high school seniors. You also have no college commitments. So this is an all recruitable group.
So we might see some coaches.
I've got coverage for you on 17, 18. If time allows, we'll sneak over to the 16th green to show you some of the action. Again, we have, following this group, we have 3 more that have teed off on 10. And then we will get you to those that are going to be finishing here on 18. You see that covered bridge that I referenced earlier? Saw it briefly there on camera. Kind of the way we shoot it, you don't get to see the other kind of logoed side of it.
That's kind of a Pete Dye thing as well. I played Oak Tree, and
there we go. So I happen to be, Lance, from a town that has one of those refurbished barns at the end of it. So the historic, we're not promoting tobacco use here, folks, but the historic mail pouch chewing tobacco barns. It's kind of a staple of rural rustic Americana. And my hometown in southern end of Lanesville happens to have one that is one of the featured barns that has been maintained over the years. So that covered bridge, which is also very popular in the western part of this state, think of Park County, their annual Covered Bridge Festival. We got a group that's currently on the 17th green. So this is the next girls group through that we will see. And Emery Cameron, Jenna Madden, and Natalie Yen. That wind's starting to become a bit more of a consistent factor now, Lance. This is the group that we just saw one of their tee shots on 18. Not a bad chip from that distance to read the speed of these greens. Just pulled that a bit to the left on that effort. And connecting on that one. This group just into the kind of the double digits over par.
Starting to see shorter shots. This one here, I have about 155 yards here on 18.
Like I didn't misidentify this group. My apologies. So this group, I'm a group ahead. Sorry about that, guys. This is Grace Ridenour, Athena Singh, and Emerson Blair. That is this trio. Athena Singh, Moorhead, Kentucky. She'll be a high school sophomore next year.
This is the closest shot we've seen to this green.
How about that?
Look at that. Oh, wow.
Anything on the green from that spot is tremendous.
Wow. 225 from there.
You are correct. This is the, when we go back to the fairway, already one other player has laid up of this group.
Yeah.
But this is the best tee shot in the girls division so far. So this is Emerson Blair, West Point, Mississippi. She's going to play at Ole Miss. Emerson is 6 over. Their scores are updated through 8. So she is 6 over through 8. She is 18 over for the tournament. Went 81.75 yesterday at Emerson. What sort of distance you looking at here, Lance?
156.
Going right out of 2. But you can from that distance. Good couple of hops. Just going to straddle that ridge. It's going to stay right there. So again, that's a tough birdie putt, but certainly a makeable 2. Take your 4 and move along. So Blair. Singh of this group. And Grace Ridenour. Ridenour will be a high school junior next year. She is from Raleigh, North Carolina. Ridenour has finished in the top 3 different times in AJG events last year. Ridenour was under par in her opening round, fired a 71. Unfortunately, backed it up with an 84. She is 5 over in this round. Ridenour did birdie this hole once yesterday. This is her 3rd. Well, 3 on the dance floor.
They just can't make themselves play it.
Yep.
Directly at, because they're probably afraid of that bunker and going long, but that ball will curve and curl into that hole location.
Yeah, Ridenour in her opening round yesterday had 5 birdies, 4 bogeys. But unfortunately, far more squares than circles on her card in round number 2. Ridenour bogeyed 11, 14, and 16, and doubled 17 to get to this point. It's Ridenour, he'll be away. That swing you hear, that's the boys' tee back on 18. Lefty, they kind of leak that out the edge of the fairway there. And there's some serious thickness that is down that valley as well.
Yeah, they don't take the mower over there very often.
No. And our crew appreciates that when we laid camera cables down for thousands of feet yesterday. So as that happens on 18T, back on the 18th green, Ridenour's putt is outstanding. She won't make it, but that's as good as you can ask for back on the 18th green from that angle and that distance. So she'll be able to tap that in, and because she laid up, that'll be for a 5. There's last year's champion, Matt Maloney. Not going to factor in the decision this year, but will forever say he won an event here at Crooked Stick. So after his drive, back on the green, lengthy putt. Again, will come up short, but that'll be a 2-putt from there. Here's Singh. Singh, last year's Kentucky PGA Girls Champion. That's a fantastic shot to get to that point. Certainly sizing up to be 3 2-putts of this group. Here's they will now go play the front 9 to finish their day. Their girls leader, Caitlin Huber, currently at even par. She's got 11 holes to go. Boys group behind, headed towards the fairway. So amongst our boys group here, Matt Maloney, much as he did on the 3rd round last year, having a great round. He's 2 under through 7. Bradford Lacefield and Lance Smith, the duo of golfers that are currently with them. So let's go back to 17. Lacefield, a high school sophomore to be from Versailles, Kentucky. Lance Smith, high school senior to be from Holiday, Utah, and he'll play at the University of Utah. As we mentioned, Maloney, our defending champion, he is a Virginia native. He'll be a high school senior. He is committed to play at the University of Georgia. I know Matt has some family that lives here in the Indianapolis area, and they were thrilled to be able to watch him claim this championship a year ago. We've all been there on that chip you just saw right there. We've all had that moment. Good looking putt to knock that one down. that's the first yellow ball we've seen of the day as well, of the various golfers coming through. And we've got 3 cameras positioned for you around the 17th. 5 cameras here around 18 to provide as much of the action over these last couple of holes. And again, we show you every golfer in the field here in our coverage on ISC. Lacefield is the lefty of this group, the youngest player. He's had a 63 in competition before. He was the Kentucky Junior Am runner-up. So here's he. What's your goal here from this spot? Because I mean, you see him on camera. We can barely see the top of his swing from the 18th green. Oh my goodness. Well, he's off the green, but he nearly hit the flag on what is truly a blind second shot. Not going to be happy with the end result, but the distance he got with that with an iron was impressive to see.
I think he stayed out of the high stuff, so that might not be too difficult of a chip.
Watch where this lands.
Yeah.
Just short of the hole.
I mean, every ball we've seen bounce anywhere near the hole is over the green.
Safety shot from the edge of the drink. That's far left side for the golfers, our right. But a perilous third coming up here. Smith of this group. Clearly he flirted with disaster off the tee box.
.158 here.
Made solid contact, but leaves it short. So we have yet to see a ball on the green from this group. And this is amongst the final groups that we'll see that teed off on 10. The rest of our group we'll be seeing. And we may have a little bit of downtime in terms of the groups that teed off at 8 a.m. on 1. That was the opening tee time. Everybody teed off between 8 and 10 on this final round. And we do that, A, to give ourselves a little time in terms of if there's a weather delay to get the round in today, but also knowing that so many of these golfers literally have flights to catch this evening from the Indianapolis International Airport. That is not the case for this young man. He's got about a 2.5-hour car ride home to Versailles, Kentucky. But he may be the third to play of this group.
We won't be seeing 4-4-4 here.
No.
In fact, that might lead the day in a group scoring. 3 that went through here earlier, all making pars.
I've seen one birdie here on 18 so far. That was from Reed Grazerman. With the time, made the turn at 6 under par. Last I checked, he was at 5 under through 12. By the way, temperature up to 81 degrees. With a forecast high of 86. So again, Lacefield might be last of this group to play. Looks like Smith is going to be playing first. And for a little further back in the fairway. What's his aim point here,
Well,
Lance?
I mean, he can kind of go at the flag, but he's got to go high. Because, I mean, if it's low, he's just no way to stop it. So he's got to throw this in the air. Well,
He tries.
I'll
How
tell
about
you
that? What touch.
That was pretty good.
And that ball will continue to check and feed down.
That was really good.
Wonderful. Great shot.
I was going to say, we need some claps.
By the way, scores have checked in now from the last hole. We saw that our defending champion Maloney had an adventurous par 3 17th. He was 1 under for his day. He tripled 17. This is Maloney here. So Maloney birdied 10 and 11, birdied 16, tripled 17. Has the right angle. Does he have the proper speed? I think he does. Watch the ball funnel down here.
There you go.
I think he's surprised that he left that one that far short. Still a really good shot.
Yeah.
But I would have agreed with him. I thought that ball would have come down even a little bit more. So here's Lacefield. Lacefield is 2 over on his round. He bogeyed the 17th. Pretty consistent rounds for the high school sophomore to be. 76, 77. This is his third. Very well judged. Those are 3 outstanding chip shots that we just saw.
Yeah. I didn't think they could make 4s, but we might have a few.
Lacefield has parred this hole each of the first 2 times he's played it. This hole play any differently for a lefty than it does a righty?
Yeah, definitely your tee shot is going to play a little differently. But other than that, I don't think it matters much. More and more players like to fade the ball nowadays. And so
a lot easier to do that as a lefty on this hole, isn't it? At least off the tee. Good looking putt there. So Maloney, our defending champ, will make the turn. Currently tied for 18th. He's right smack dab in the middle of this field. He's at +9 for the tournament. So here's Smith. Little circumference there that time by Smith. Got to roll around it in. He's at +13. He's 26th out of 35. Lacefield is at +11. for a third consecutive round, he plays a very tough hole to a par 4. So with that, the ladies are back on the tee. Pace of play, always something that we talk about in golf. And obviously you're really hammering that home here at the junior level, and pretty good speed to the round so far.
They tend to play faster as juniors and then get slower as they get older, all the way to the tour. But, you know, we've been talking about pace of play since I started in the game in the 90s, and we're still talking about it. So I don't think it's anything that's ever going to be solved. But junior golf typically plays faster than the next two levels.
So here's a group that I tried to put on the tee box a few minutes ago. Jenna Madden, Emery Cameron, and Natalie Yen. And thanks for joining us here on the ISC Sports Network alongside Lance Ringler. My name is Greg Rakestraw. So many college coaches clearly have known Lance by the traffic that has stopped by. I got one shout out from Dr. Rob Bell, who does some mental coaching with players on the PGA Tour and is based here in the Indianapolis area. So I feel better about my ego that somebody stopped by to say hi to me and not just Lance. But Lance, for those that don't know your work at Golf Week, tell them about it.
So I've transitioned in the last 10 years to running more events and doing things of that nature, but I've pretty much been involved with the college game specifically since about the late 90s. So 23, 24 years with Golf Week now, and been covering the college game, like I said, mostly, and junior here and there, and some professional golf. But yeah, it's a pretty good gig.
It's 2 away, 1 more to go off the ladies' tee. This is our final group that teed off on 10 that we'll see on the girls' side. I know that the boys behind there are playing on 17. Kind of have line of sight to the 16th fairway, so I'm kind of curious as to, after that boys group, again, when does like the first ones to finish their day start to kind of filter through. For those that teed off at 8 o'clock, they're hitting about the 420 mark on their round. There's the guys that are heading towards the green on 17. Next guys group, Drew Miller, Camden Bradish. I think that's my buddy that Mike Bostic is caddying for today. We'll tell you Mike's story as he gets a little more camera time. Cooper Claycomb is going to play at the University of Louisville from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Also part of that group, and that would be Cooper right there on the right-hand side of your screen. I recognize that old school Louisville Cardinal logo they have gone back to over the last few years.
Cooper's brother Cannon plays at Alabama.
Cooper's been playing this event for a few years, I think, at this point now. Taking a drop. You can see the water behind you, so maybe why we're doing that. So this is live action on 17. Claycomb has the best score going today of this group. He's at even par through 6. He is tied for 14th for the tournament. Camden Bradish of this group is 1 over on his day. Drew Miller, who is from East Lansing and will play at Michigan State. He's just a junior. He'll be a senior next year. But all 3 of this group have already made their college commitments, and 2 of them will be heading there in the fall. So now my next question to you is this. Again, you and I both work in the basketball world, and I've got events featuring some of the top high school basketball players in the state of Indiana and Kentucky coming up this week. And those kids are playing all-star games Friday and Saturday, and a lot of them will be on campus on Sunday. These guys that are golfers, when do they start? Are they more of August reports, or they start having to report to their college campuses even earlier than that?
They're later. Yeah, later. They play all summer. Some may get there early, but it's typically later.
So the guys are playing the 17th green. Girls group in front of them, currently on the 18th fairway. And I can look back and see there is a group on the 16th fairway as well. So there will be kind of a minimal gap from this group that is heading off to play the front 9. The third group that you'll see through, this is kind of group 2. The group behind them, they are wrapping up their day here on 18. Claycom's pitch. I'll have some work to do for a par. By the way, all 3 of the girls players are in the fairway off the tee box on 18. About to see our first approach here on 18 for this group. Our director, Jordan Shue, Sean Walker, the rest of our ISC Sports Network crew. Natalie Yen, Emery Cameron, Jenna Madden, this trio. Outstanding shot.
Really good.
Yeah, from that far back in the fairway, put it on the green, get your 2-putt, and make the turn. Certainly you can make that shot, but your goal going over that ridge will be to 2-putt. So now we move a little further forward in the fairway. This group, Natalie Yen at 14 over. Emery Cameron at 17 over. Jenna Madden at 18 over. Those scores are all updated now through 17. This one pulled left. Gets a friendly bounce. And that will be a pitch. It did not trickle into the bunker in front of us. It'll be a side hill lie, but a delicate chip. This will a chance to salvage par from that low. Certainly having that yellow ball helped us track that a little bit from the naked eye from our vantage point. We're about, I'd say 50 feet back of the pin and 10 to 15 feet elevated. This venue that has had such notable events as the 91 PGA, the WGA twice, as part of the FedEx Cup playoffs, Solheim Cup. We're on an alternate 10th tee that serves as a wonderful broadcast amphitheater. Approach here from the right side of the fairway. That ball will pointed at putt from the edge of the green. So 2 birdie putts coming up here for this group. Natalie Yen will be a high school junior next year. That's Natalie on your screen. She is from West Lynn, Oregon. Jenna Madden of this group McKinney, Texas. She'll be a high school senior. Cameron, junior. Everyone off the tee, and obviously those side hill lies getting quite a workout on 17. Kind of giving you the dimensions on 18 that are laid out directly in front of us. 17 for the boys is playing at 214. Obviously a little less for the girls, but still quite the arduous shot.
A little bit into the wind as well.
Natalie Yen bogeyed that hole. Emery Cameron a double bogey of that hole. Jenna Madden a double as well. So 4 was the best score of the group. If it were match play, 4 would have been the winning score of that 17th hole for the trio. Emery Cameron has finished top 10 6 different times on the AJGA circuit. She set 2 Missouri high school records as a freshman. She'll be a junior next year. So here's Emery. And again, we saw that we've seen that a couple times now, and one that we saw that we all thought was a miss ended up being the best shot of the bunch. And the phrase that you hate to hear, you're still away.
She's going to use a putter for this next one.
Now will it stop? Still some work left to do for Emery. So now sometimes scoreboard and bio say 2 different things. So we had said Jenna on the scoreboard had her listed as undecided. Clearly the hat she's wearing would tell you otherwise. So another Furman represented player of this group. She has won events named after both Lanny Watkins and Jimmy DeMeritt. She's had 8 AJGA top 10s. Had a couple of top 5s as well. From McKinney, Texas. It's a birdie putt for her. She played this hole in 5 and 6 respectively yesterday. Still some work left to do on that par. is Natalie Yen. And this is a birdie putt for Natalie as well. Already winner this year on the Kathy Whitworth event. Good looking roll here. Just left it short, but again, par is always a good score on this course, and especially on this hole. She's a foot or two away from having parred this hole 3 consecutive rounds. Yen currently at 14 over. And is right in the middle of the field, tied for 17th. So for Cameron, this is for bogey. By the way, as the action wraps up here on 18, the trio of boys players behind them will be, if not ready to shoot, then close to it. They are heading towards their shots in the fairway as we speak. Behind us, I just heard one of the final groups tee off on 10 today. Shouldn't say that. You're starting to hear that. That's the first groups to come through 10, I should say, at least that teed off on 1. So Cameron spent a little too much time around the green, more than she had hoped. Now you're looking at par putts here. At 7 over through 8 holes so far today. She is in line for her 4th par if she can make this one. Par of the first 2 holes is par just one of the last 6. Well done. Well judged. Next up is Natalie Yen. Natalie's at 3 over through 8 holes today. Very consistent 78, 77 her rounds, and makes her par there as well. So we'll wish those ladies best of luck as they still have 9 more holes left to play. Looks like 2 on or near the fairway behind them, and 1 off the fairway, but playable. And a lengthy blind iron, or I think it has to be an iron from that spot, for one of our contenders that's not on the fairway just yet.
That's a good 225 plus.
This is Camden Bradish, from going to play at Liberty. He's from Scottsdale, Arizona. And that is his caddy, and I recognize Camden because I knew who his caddy was. That is Mike Bostic. Mike has won multiple state tennis championships as the head coach at Carmel. He is a middle school PE teacher that caddies in the summer here at Crooked Stick. So Camden going with the local knowledge on the bag today. Cam is +2 through 7 holes. He fired a 1 over 73 in his second round yesterday after an opening round 79. What's the play here from that distance?
I mean, if he's got a good lie, he can just go ahead and, you know, he's looking at 220. Just try to hit a stinger up, let it run.
You get a look at the lie here. He's kind of found he doesn't have a good view of the flag, but he's got a good lie. Frankly, he may be using our tent that we're using for cameras and broadcasting to take a look. He did not get it airborne.
Yeah, I mean, now if you'd have had that over,
right,
that, you know, it would have been in the back of the green, probably in the rough. But
we showed you the swing. We did not show you kind of the end result. He kind of hit a West Texas shot, hit it low, and he was maybe about 5 feet. If that ball's about 5 feet to the right, He ends up through the green. Instead, he is in the rough in front of it. This is Cooper Claycomb. See if he likes it. Comes down high, and he has a lengthy putt. He'll have a birdie putt. That was, I think, the first cut that he hit that from. So this is Drew Miller. I think I saw Drew yesterday wearing the Michigan State gear. Not as easy to identify today. That's one of the best tee shots we have seen. He'd probably like to have that one back. Again, it's on the green, but given the close proximity from which he was shooting, I think that's a missed opportunity.
Yes, he's the first player we've seen inside of 150, I believe. I had him about 144, but definitely not the result he wanted.
Let's tell you about some of these talented golfers. Of course, all these golfers so good. Camden was the Arizona Amateur runner-up last year. Won events each of the last 2 years on the AJGA circuit. Won the Big Sky event in 2022. Won the event at Colorado Springs in 2021. Cooper Claycomb won the Orlando Junior International event. Finished 4th at the Southern Junior as well. Drew Miller, the 2022 Michigan Junior Player of the Year. Last year he won the Michigan Junior AM Stroke Play. Miller is +3 for the day through 7. Tied for 19th in the field. Camden Bradish is +2 for the day. Cooper Claycomb +1. Cooper has fired 75-76 here through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Against winds are starting to pick up here. Right around the hole, they're kind of a little protected from tree lines here, but the wind is blowing from, as you're watching this camera angle, from right to left. That's out of the north.
It's probably the hardest we've felt all day.
Yep. But that was frankly in the forecast, that as a cold front is moving this way. Precipitation, we are pretty sure will hold off until tonight or tomorrow morning, and not that much precipitation involved with it. So 2 lengthy putts. But first a chip. This is Camden headed to play at Liberty. Played this in 1 over 2 rounds yesterday. Now will it stop? Good effort from there.
Didn't grab.
Yeah. You hit the down slope of that ridge. I'm not sure if there's anything to grab it, frankly. So now we've got a couple of lengthy putts here. That's Claycomb, you see lining it up. Again, his putts on the other side of the green. This hole has given him fits. Doubled and bogeyed it yesterday. Cooper had a 2 on 13. And 13 is one of the rare holes here where you can do some damage. That is a short par 3, and that was defended by years for a tree that had to come down a few years ago. So you usually see a lot of good scores on 13. That's kind of the hole as you enter the facility off 106th Street. That's the one that you see. How good is the program he is heading to at the University of Louisville?
Well, not a good year this past year, but have been playing well in the recent years. So Good facilities down there, good weather.
I would hope that playing Valhalla is part of the regular basis at U of L.
I think they get out there every now and then.
Clankham, it's good speed. It's going to keep coming. It's going to keep funneling.
Picks up speed right there, and then
He's played this tournament before. He knows it well. Yep, great two-putt from there. Well done, young man.
just all speed. Not difficult putts, not a lot of break, just speed. Get it going down the hill. And
as someone that grew up in that area, it's a little bit different now in my 40s, but as a younger man, U of L was my team.
Yep.
And so seeing that logo just makes me smile.
The older logo.
Yep. They've gone back to that for a lot of sports. So let's see how much that Drew Miller went to school on Clankham's putt. So I'll have a little work left to do, will Drew. Drew played this first round at 80. An even par 72 in the second round yesterday. So for Breda, she has a lengthy putt but relatively flat. This is for par. We see action on the 16th green. We've also got golfers heading back to 18, or the 18th tee. So again, this is the field that teed off on 1 has caught the back half of those that teed off on 10. Par putt. Good run at it. It'll be a bogey. And again, bogey is not exactly an uncommon score here. So here's about a 10-footer for par. Well done. Absolutely worthy of some applause to save par there for the soon-to-be Michigan State Spartan. Young man looking to play in his hometown for his college golf. Still a year of high school left to go for Drew. Cooper Claycomb finishes up his solid par. So this group is done. And we're about to kind of flip to another end of the field, but I also want to welcome a special guest joining us for the first time, although I think she's now been a part of our broadcast all 4 years that we've had it on ISC. It is Lily Harmon, part of the Pete and Alice Dye family legacy here at Crooked Stick. Lily, it's good to see you. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me. It's good to be back at Crooked Stick.
Can you believe this is year number 4 for this event?
No, I just think every year gets better and better.
Well, the weather clearly has gotten better. It's nice not to worry about dodging rainstorms, but over the years since this idea was first hatched, say in kind of 2018, 2019, first tournament in 2020, what sort of tweaks have you and the Worth Wines and Tony Pancake and all those involved behind the scenes have tried to make this better each year?
You know, I think just making the families and the kids feel welcome when they come out here, we put a lot of time and energy into doing that. This is the club's way of really giving back to Pete and Alice, really continuing their legacy. And these kids are awesome. We want them to feel like professionals when they step up on the first tee at the beginning of the weekend through the end of their experience. And luckily, we haven't had to do much. The word has gotten out that this is a pretty cool event, and the kids are sharing it on social media. They're talking to each other at tournaments, and everybody knows how special this event really is.
I think most outside of the Indianapolis area, the larger golf community, you say Pete Dye, there's immediate recognition. Tell us about Alice's contributions to the sport of golf here locally, and even bigger than that.
Well, Alice was a dynamo of a player. She was a world-class amateur, strictly amateur tournaments, but I think she won a total of like 47 tournaments and titles while she was playing throughout her career. She grew up right here in Indianapolis and, won a lot of junior events and went on to a great amateur, become a great amateur player. So, not only helping with architecture design, but you have to know a thing or two about golf to do that, and she certainly did.
This was Pete and Alice's playground. I mean, there were so many other notable courses they designed, but they lived literally right here off of 18. So whether you spent your entire childhood in Indianapolis or not, you literally grew up here at Crooked Stick. What was that like?
Oh, it was wonderful. I actually grew up in Colorado, but would come out and spend a lot of time with my grandparents every summer. So I have fond memories of, walking the golf course with my grandfather and his dog 60, of hitting balls on the driving range. Alice was my swing coach. She was tough, but she was a great coach. So I love coming out here. It definitely makes me a little emotional to ride by where their house used to be and everything else, but it does feel like home.
Wait a minute, the dog's name was 60?
It was 60. Yep, I believe he had 5 different German Shepherds, all with the name of 60.
Was that his lowest round he ever shot?
No, it wasn't. It was how much he paid for the first one of the dogs.
So I'm glad nobody's on the green. I can laugh heartily at that joke. I'm not disrupting anybody's swing.
There you go.
When you told that. For people that are watching this event for the first time, because obviously we have some players that have played this now 2 and 3 years, but there are probably people that are watching this that have never seen this event before. What do you want to know about why this event is so important to kind of the Crooked Stick community?
I mean, this is the next generation of golf that we're watching today. These kids they live, eat, and breathe the game of golf. So for them to learn a little bit about Pete and Alice Dye, who, have now gone on, it's just a fantastic way to kind of tie it all back together. That's what we really want them to appreciate when they come here. The history of the club, the legacy that my grandparents have left behind, and how cool and special this golf course really is.
Lily, thank you so much for having us back out this year. We greatly, it's wonderful to see you every June.
Oh, thank you. You too. You too.
You got a Lily Harmon again, kind enough to join us. DyeJuniorInvitational.com is where you can always find out more information about this tournament, and again about Pete and Alice's many contributions to the game, and not just in terms of course design. And I would recommend, if you have the opportunity, I've mentioned Chris and Sally Worthwine a couple of different times. Chris put together a book about the history of Crooked Stick, and it is absolutely tremendously worthwhile. So now let's get back to the action. We've got 1 ball on the green, a second one heading this way that'll just nestle down past the first cut, but that's certainly a puttable ball you are looking at here. And again, what you are now seeing, this is the first group that's about to finish 54 holes. So you will see some clubhouse leaders of this group. We did a great job of flashing graphics at you with particular players. Camille Ty from Los Altos, California. She is at plus 15. Mimi Burton of Austin, Texas, who will stay in this state to play her college golf at the University of Notre Dame. She is at plus 14. And Avery Weed, she'll play at Mississippi State. So we've got 2 graduated seniors in high school, 1 player that'll be a high school junior coming up. Avery has the best score going of this group, so technically she's about to be the clubhouse leader, at least for a couple more holes. Avery is at plus 11. By the way, Riley Knobb is now our new leader. We have not checked the overall kind of standings on the either boys or girls side in a while. Riley is at even par. Caitlin Huber had the lead, but Caitlin's round, unfortunately, has kind of gone off the rails. Caitlin is now plus 5 for her round through 10. So one player at even par, Riley Knobb. So as Lance rejoins us now, how was your conversation with Lily off microphone? So here's the approach shot. Just missed it in terms of hitting that right ridge, and it'll funnel back down. So the respective scores for this group: +11, +14, +15. Mimi Burton of this group from Austin, Texas, is going to play at the University of Notre Dame. How are the Fighting Irish these days in women's golf?
They were one of the first teams out. Tried to get him in the NGI, but things didn't work out well. But they'll be back strong, I'm sure.
And our leader in the girls division is at even par, Riley Knobb. Luke Colton is our leader in the boys division. He is at 2 under. Luke Colton 2 under, Philip Dunham 1 under. Jay Mendel, who is back in this event for another year, at even par. Brady Smith is at 1 over. You've got 4 golfers within 3 shots of the lead on the boys' side. On the girls' side, you've got 4 golfers within 4 shots of the lead. So this is back to the 18th tee. And this group about to play their last hole of the day of the tournament. Carson Bertignol, Nicholas Prieto, and Will Hartman are the group that are teeing off for their 54th and final hole. Carson had better be good. He lives in Pinehurst, North Carolina. I think you are immediately a scratch golfer if you grow up in Pinehurst. So this, we have had 12 groups go through. Everybody that you will now see from this point in time forward, you are seeing their last 2 holes, or in this case, last hole of the event. Carson of this group, 1 under on the round, 5 over for the tournament. So he is T11 of this group currently. Will Hartman +7. Those scores are not updated, by the way, through 17, through their last hole. So that group is off the tee box on 18, which allows us to focus back on the young ladies here on the green on 18. The player with her back to you is Avery Weed. She is wearing the Hail State colors today. She's playing Mississippi State coming up. Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Weed is 1 over on her round today. Mimi Burton 4 over on her round today. Camille Ty 5 over. As expected, a few more clouds starting to come in with this northerly breeze. We'll keep temperatures right around 80 degrees for the rest of the round, which for these ladies is about 5 minutes. So also of note, they're about to play their round and right at 4 hours.
It's good, like I told you.
5 hours.
5 hours, yeah.
Yep.
I was going to say 4 hours is really good.
Yeah.
For competitive golf, 5 hours is, if you can do 5:20, it's usually a good pace.
Trying to get this within a few feet. It's a great line, but again, it'll roll by. So tough to judge the speed properly on that putt. Not a bad effort. But again, invariably you see one putt that flies by, the next one's going to be short.
Yeah, they just need to borrow more and hit it softer. And that's what she did there. She hit it a little higher and a little softer. Let the break take the ball next to the hole.
Here's Avery Weed, 3-time Mississippi High School state champ.
She's our first caddyless player. I don't believe she has a caddy with her.
Caddy might have told her to hit that a little harder. She's also got the best round of the day going of this group. She'll have that to finish with a 73. Weed unfortunately had an even better round than that going. She doubled 17. So a 3-putt for the 54th and final hole. It's for Mimi Burton. Weed for par and tie to wrap it up. Boys group back in the fairway awaits their final approach shot of the day. Camille finishes. First time we're seeing the handshakes and hugs to finish the action here on 18. If you need any more confirmation that Avery's playing without a caddy when you carry that many clubs of your own accord.
Yeah, right.
You diagnose that one properly. So again, Avery Weed will briefly be our clubhouse leader. Go back to the boys now in the middle of the 18th fairway. The approach from, how about that touch from right at the edge of the fairway, at the edge of the drink. Again, it won't catch that ridge, but to be on the green really from good. There is
220.
Yeah, absolutely worthy of a high five. Absolutely. Carson Bertignol of this group, 1 under for his round. That's updated through 17. He is currently tied for 10th. Given, again, the scoring conditions, if he can get the house at 5 over, he's probably looking at maybe a 5th or 6th place finish. Nicholas Prieto has been in this event before. He's a young man from Miami that's going to play at Arizona State next year. He's at 8 over for the tournament. Will Hartman, +5 on his day, +10. Good looking iron here from the edge of the fairway. And again, kind of the first player that we saw flirt with that right-hand side. I think that might have been a little wind aided that it went that far right. Now, we have to factor this in now for the rest of the day, Lance, in terms of kind of that the ball unintentionally going on that side of the green.
Yeah, that was the first one we've seen over there, at least land over there.
Let's go back to this group on 17. Through the magic of the internet, we can tell you exactly how these gentlemen shot that last hole. Carson parted. Nicholas Prieto, who had a opening round 79, since then he has played this tournament in 1 over par the last 2 rounds. He parted as well. And Will Hartman of this group, unfortunately, he was faring much better. He just tripled it.
Will Hartman, 2025 class, is the #1 ranked player in that class in 2 of the 3 junior polls. So we're looking at a good player here. I guess we could call him a 5-star if we were talking basketball.
Nicholas Prieto of this field won the Orange Bowl event last year as a previous Florida Boys State junior champion. He has finished twice in the top 3 of AJGA events.
From Miami.
Correct. Gonna play at Arizona State.
Would you believe one of the great mysteries in college golf that the University of Miami does not have a golf program? Could you imagine how good that program could be?
No doubt. So you're seeing the ladies starting to tee off on 18. Group behind this one. Not missing anything just yet. Here up on the 18th green. Tough chip, but I think he found the speed. Watch this ball roll down.
It's going to gather a little speed.
Yeah, I'm stunned that ball stopped where it did. Still moving, but I thought that was played perfectly by Prieto.
Yeah, I thought it would be another 5 feet closer.
Yep. Sometimes the game does not reward you for what you think is a good shot. This is Hartman. So we got Hartman dropped from 13th to 17th with that triple on the last hole. Birdie putt will come up short, but he'll finish his round. Yole. Carson birdied this hole in his first round yesterday. Parred it second round yesterday. If he hits this putt, he finishes with a 2 under 70 for his final round. Put him at 4 over. Pretty good mark to set. Quickly through it. final round 71. It's impressive. Set the mark at 5 over.
In the clubhouse.
Yep, that's the score to beat on the boys' side. Prieto for par. Thought he deserved better on a couple of shots there. So he'll finish with a 5. Final round 74 for Nicholas on his way to Arizona State. They've had just a few golfers come out of Arizona State over the years.
Just a few.
One that, by way of breaking news earlier, will be heading back to the PGA Tour here in the very near future.
Yeah, still can't wait to read all that.
If you're just joining us, as important as we want to treat our coverage today here from Crooked Stick, the big news in golf isn't going to be anything that happens here. It's the news that Live Golf, DP World Tour, and PGA Tour are all going to be under one kind of merged banner going forward. That'll be the water cooler discussion, not just in the golf community, but probably in the sports community today. So let's go back to the fairway. This is our second trio of the girls that will finish. Emma von Hoffman, Madison Messmer, and Sydney Gibbons. Gibbons of this group, not counting 17, she's at +7, tied for 7th in the tournament. Messmer, +10, sole possession of 10th. And von Hoffman, +12, tied for 12th. And our girls' leader is at even. Riley Knob of DeBari, Florida. Long iron here. Pull out to the left. That's been kind of a common miss point, both on the girls and boys side today. Really 2 tricky chips so far of this group. This one online here. If the distance is right, she's going to like this. Just a little short. So a lengthy putt, but by far the best result of those 3 approach shots of this group. Sydney Gibbons from Austin, Texas. She'll be a high school senior next year. She is undecided. Messmer, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. She'll be a junior, undecided. Emma von Hoffman, Spicewood, Texas. She is a high school graduate. She'll make my buddy Conrad Brunner happy. She's going to head to Georgia Southern University down in Statesboro, Georgia. Here's a look at what this group did on 17. See out there on 17, a little less kind of protection from the trees. The winds are kicking up even further this group. Of this group, for Madison Messmer from Myrtle Beach. She was the Carolinas Women's Amateur Champ at the age of 15. She finished tied for 3rd this year at Dustin Johnson's event. That's Madison right there that you're seeing on your screen. For Sydney Gibbons of this group, she is already a Texas high school state champion. She's won on the AGJA Tour twice. She's finished top 5 on 6 different occasions. We reference Emma von Hoffman. She finished top 10 in the Kathy Whitworth event. Her previous stops. Messmer on the green. Von Hoffman will be the first to play here. Gibbons will be next to play. Again, hits the ridge. Great line. Look at that touch. Again, from that angle, that's about it. That's, you're not going to be able to do much better than that.
No, it's just a very hard pin to get to. I mean, we haven't seen any balls really from the fairway even get close. The chip shot's hard enough.
By the way, the next group, the boys are heading back to the tee on 18 as we speak. Gibbons playing quickly.
This might,
again, if that catches the ridge.
It's not enough speed. Gain it.
Yep.
Gaining.
Wind's helping too.
Yep.
Look at that. Fantastic. Honestly, the two best chips we've seen are chips that at first that we didn't think were all that great.
And then a couple we thought were going to be good.
Yep.
Didn't catch it.
So Messmer will have now the lengthy birdie putt. Best putt of the day was the first one we saw in 17. That group was the first one to tee, and that group is now finished. We've got 9 of the girls players in the clubhouse at this point of their field of 36. And right now the clubhouse leader is Avery Weed at plus 11.
Looks like she might be taking this ball a lot higher, so we might see a better putt here.
Gibbons of this group is plus 7. Good roll by Messmer. If she is able to finish by hitting that, she'll be at plus 10. And Messmer has a par putt as well that would put her in the clubhouse lead. Right now she is T7. She is 7 shots back of Riley Knobb, who is playing her 12th hole as we speak. As we look out from our viewing one of the high points of the back 9. We're teeing off on 18. We got players into the 17th green and players on the 16th fairway as well. Here's Von Hoffman. This is for par. And drains it. Well done. So Von Hoffman will finish 78, 76, 74, plus 12. Best of luck to her at Georgia Southern coming up in the fall. Gibbons for par to get to the house at plus 7. Also finish with a 73 today. Guys are already off the tee on 18. Gibbons makes it. Well done. Fantastic round for her. There's Messmer to finish at plus 10. This group apparently able to feed off each other. If Messmer makes this. Well, still a solid day for this group. This group went 73, 74, 75. So Messmer, that'll drop her a spot. She right now is T11. Well, congratulations to these ladies for a job well done. Now we go back to the fairway. Maxwell Tjoa, Noah Kent, and Ethan Pascal the next three golfers to come through. Joa of this group having the best day. Kent and Pascal have been struggling a little bit in today's round. I thank our great ISC Sports Network crew for the work they have put in so far today. Hour 4 of our coverage here from Crooked Stick. We've showed you about 2/3 of the field at this point. With the boys now taking our attention here on 18. I'll tell you, Luke Colton is at 3 under par. Phil Dunham at 2 under par. Jay Mendel at 1 under par. So 3 of the boys players currently in red numbers. Right now our girls leader is at even. As we take a look, one off the fairway, one on the edge of the fairway, and one dead middle of this group. Got a bit of a blind tee shot here, or a blind second shot, I should say. But we've seen some good shots from that valley off the fairway.
Just have to find the opening here.
This ball now, will it hold? Will it hang on? Yes, it will. So Florida with disaster there, but that's not a bad chip.
No, that won't be hard at all.
That frankly is a potentially makeable chip. But you'll settle for your 4 and move on with your day. The tournament will come to an end for these golfers. This ball will roll. Yep, it's going to catch the slope.
Will be interesting to see where this ends up.
This will start to come back down in both directions. It'll be a tricky putt down, but pretty darn good approach shot. So this group, Noah Kent from Naples, Florida. Going to play at the University of Iowa. He was the Florida Class 3A runner-up. Also the Florida Junior Tour champion. Maxwell Tajoa of this group. He is also going to play at the University of Iowa. And he is from Cedar Falls, Iowa. He won the West Rock event on the AJGA Tour in 2022. He once shot a 63 in a competitive round in high school. So just through the fortunes of the score and the pairings, 2 of these 3 players, Iowa Hawkeyes. This is what's the action that's on 17. This is the group that is behind this one. Our next group in the girls division. I believe this is Mia Hammond. We got several groups on 13s. I have to go back to the tee sheet to see who is up next. So our next group is Tavia Ajarapu, Anna Swan, and Avery McCreary. The trio of golfers you're seeing on the 17th hole. I think that's Givens, Kolbus, and Hong Sassen. We have misidentified Givens in an earlier group. So that's the action on 17. Here on 18 just had a lengthy chip that went to the back of the green. So Kent, Pascal to Joa is this group. Pascal here. Pascal from Fayetteville, North Carolina. He'll be a Tar Heel in a year. As a high school senior to be. Like we referenced, the other two golfers with him, both can play at the University of Iowa. It's easy to tell that one of them is.
All the way down to the shoes.
Full-on team gear. How good are the Hawkeyes in the Big Ten?
They were one of the first teams out as well this year. Didn't make the regionals, but getting two players like this is definitely going to help them.
Good looking effort there. That'll be a tap in for there. So bogey to finish.
And then North Carolina was the medalist, so to speak, at the NCAA championship, #1 seed after stroke play. Where Pascal is headed.
It was Noah Kent that just tapped in there. Here's to Joa. This is a birdie putt. Just missed it. Tap in for par. He's going to wait. Pascal finish. Of this group. So Joe is going to finish at +7. Finish with a +274. Fortunately for Noah and Kent, kind of rough final rounds. Or for Kent and Pascal, I should say. Kent looks like an 81. Pascal, he drains that to finish with a 79. Burton, you own the clubhouse at +5. Joa finishes at +7. So, handshakes shared. First set of handshakes by golfers that'll be teammates here in a couple of months. In our next trio, you'll see from the girls' side, Sydney Gibbons, Nicole Kolbus, and Trotta Honksison. Cole Kolbus from Lincoln, Nebraska. But she is one of the 3 golfers in this field. She's going to play at Indiana University. Of the scores of this group. Update those for you as we can. Cindy Gibbons at +7. Long of Anaheim, California is +14 of this group. Nicole Kolbus, she's a +20. Unfortunately, Kolbus has had her worst round of the 3 here today. To a +13 through her first 16 holes. And this one through the fairway. It'll be a difficult side hill lie to play. I had misidentified Gibbons in an earlier group. My apologies. That was Claire Swathwood, who was one of the late adds to the field. Local player from Carmel. Hear player commentary. The fade added to it. Kind of observation plans as to what you're seeing at this point as we're hitting the final kind of home stretch of the event. We go back. This is the group that finished on 18. But Lance, overall, your thoughts as to what we're seeing in these last few groups?
Well, obviously, I think the conditions are changing a little bit. The breeze has picked up, and it's steady. It's not really gusting. So that's going to be something the leaders have to deal with. And I think what we've seen on these last 2 holes, you're going to have to hit some good shots to score. And I think it's going to be an exciting finish because, I mean, you could see anything from we haven't seen many 3s, just 1, but we've seen 4s and 5s and 6s. So this last hole is going to probably play pivotal, especially on the boys' side. 4
is a quality score. Again, on the girls' side, Riley Knobb is at even. Addison Klanowski is at +1. Then you got to go back to Caitlin Huber at +4. And those are all 3 the final group that are on the course. Right now, our clubhouse leader on the girls' side is Avery Weed at +11. Of the boys' side of things, Philip Dunham now -3, Luke Colton -2, Jay Mindell at -1. Those guys are all under par. We may have a new winner for long distance putt of the day. Boom. That was Kent, the soon to be Iowa Hawkeye. And even with that putt, it was not a great day for him. He was not overly happy with the way his round turned out. This group now has updated their scores through 17. So Gibbons is +8. Langsson is at +15. Nicole Kolbus It's a plus 22. She's having a rough day. She is 15 over for her round today. Unfortunately, Kolba's currently down in 28th position for the tournament. And Kolbas looks like she is going the route that we saw Avery Weed a few groups ago. Going sans caddy. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's just at this stage, you know, a lot of players maybe haven't used the caddy a lot, and so it's just a lot of factors play into that decision.
Looks like the Trata Prongsusen will be going first here. She parred and bogeyed this hole through 2 times yesterday. And this one, almost like a driving iron, just pulled left.
Yeah.
This will roll right up to that rough area and then nestle in front of the green. And that's a common landing spot. Different way of getting there, but a common landing spot today. Kolbas, the side hill lie.
185.
Good ball fly out of there now, distance-wise.
Just kind of laying up.
Yep. Solid shot from there. When you've had a rough day, you say, I'm trying to get to the house as quick as I can. So again, Gibbons, it's in the fairway. Barring something of the disastrous, she will be our clubhouse leader and also finish in the top 10. +2 for her round today. She's played this in 1 over the first 2 rounds. It's approaching the left side. Clears 1 rough area, nestles in the second. And an interesting pitch. The ball will be just a little above her feet. It'll be her 3rd shot.
Yeah, we haven't seen one that far to the right or to their left.
Just kind of glancing back behind this group. Looks like the next action on 17 currently. That'll be the next boys group that'll be following. As we work our way up the leaderboard here. Right now we got 3 boys players that are all under par. They are all playing the 13th as we speak. Brady Smith, Jack Gilbert, Nicholas Logis. The next 3 boys players that we will see. It looks like they are making their way to the 18th tee. Well, we have referenced on a couple of different occasions your National Golf Invitational. How was year 1 of that?
It was it was outstanding. I mean, for teams not really knowing what to expect and never having anything like it before in college golf, we had 10 women's teams and 13 men's teams, and I expect next year we'll have a full field of 18 on each side, and it's just time. College golf is so deep. So many programs put so many resources into their programs, and there's so many teams that just can't get to that next level. And now they have an opportunity to play in an NIT. I mean, you know how it works for basketball, and everyone's familiar with that. And it's time for college golf. There's enough teams out there that want to play. We're calling it Play in May. So a lot of teams have never played in May. We had several teams that had never played in a postseason event that played in it. Western Carolina's women, Stetson men. Just really, really good, and looking forward to the future.
Seeing some of the previous activity for this group over on the 17th green.
I tell coaches it's the tournament you don't ever want to play in, but if you do, we'll have a good one for you.
See this group from moments ago finishing on 17 and now all in the vicinity of the green here on 18. As we show you the action previously, Colbus will be the first to fire back on 18.
She's got 62 yards to the flagstick.
She is heading to Indiana University. Lincoln, Nebraska. Did you get the distance right? Not bad. She'll have a par putt from there. Sasson will go next. Sasson 75, 76. If she can get this up and down, she'd fire an 80 today. See if that rolls out. That's going to be pretty good. That's going to be really good. That may be. It's close. Here's Givens. Back to the tee. Next group up. It'll take Givens a moment to line up exactly what the angle is of attack on this chip. Fantastic drive, middle of the fairway from the boys' tee here on 18. Givens. She's at +8. Right now she's got sole possession of 7th. She is 3 shots clear of the current clubhouse leader, Avery Weed. Back to 18. Back to the tee. To Brady Smith. Givens ready for her chip by the green. Not going to check up. Yeah.
Right idea, just 15 yards too far. You got to land that almost at the top of the hill.
You really had to hit that as a 15-yard shot.
Yeah, you just got to.
Finally off the tee of this group. Nicholas Logis. Stripe that down the middle. If I can see that with a naked eye from the tee box on 10, you've hit it well. All right, so this is Givens' par putt. That'll be a chip, in fact. I think she is safely in the top 10 at this point. Gibbons again, kick up. There are times it's sounding more like Kiowa Island here than. Actually, looks like Gibbons will get a reprieve here. Colbus will finish. Well, unfortunately, not her best effort here in this final round. 15 over coming into the 18th hole. So now Gibbons will give it a go. Gibbons, a former Texas State high school champion. That's a mouthful of state that big.
Yeah, high school golf's a little different in Texas.
How so?
They have a lot of JV programs. They have cuts. I mean, I've heard stories of 50, 60 players trying out for a golf team. I mean, it is it's a big deal. We did a story in Golf Week a few years ago, and there's some practice facilities for high school golf teams that are in line with some Division I golf programs, just with simulators and the technology that they have. So it's a big deal.
Gibbons with that 5 as of now is T8. She's in the house at +9. So she supplants Avery Weed as our clubhouse leader. Good way to finish there with an up and down for Natrata Sasson. Hugs being shared by our competitors today. With that, the boys are back in the fairway on 18, and looked like there were 3 pretty titanic swings of that group as they're all in the fairway and all in line of sight of us.
We still only had 1 ball inside 150. None of these 3 were able to.
So of this group, Brady Smith is catching our attention because he is 3 under for the day, and that is updated through 17. And after Brady is going to play at U of L in 2 years. He's a senior to be from Simpsonville, Kentucky. After an opening round 78, he has played his last 35 holes in 5 under. So he is trying to get at least to even par. And he is 4 shots back of the current leader in Phil Dunham, who was in the final group with Luke Colton and Jay Mendel, and all of those players are under par. And Smith has the next best round going on the golf course. By the way, speaking of great rounds, we saw Reed Grazerman here early.
What's his
6 under 66. He finished with a 66.
So he shot even on that side, or was he 5 under at the turn?
No, it was even.
He was even on the front.
Yep. That is the round of the tournament so far. Nicholas Logis. He is just going to be a high school sophomore next year. And well done. Again, he's got a long putt, but you're on in 2 nonetheless. Jack Gilbert, also part of this group. These golfers respectively 4th, T11, and 13th on our boys leaderboard. Good looking ball flight here. He's staring it down too. I would be too. What? Oh, just checked up. My goodness. I thought, and I feel your pain, young man. I thought exactly the same thing. I thought when that ball landed, I'm like, that's exactly the front door. That's where you need to go. And
it's just I've not seen many hole locations that are that hard to get to.
This is Gilbert. You see that scorebook cover with the Longhorn on it. He's going to play at the University of Texas.
I think he thought it was really good.
I did too. I would have been staring that down as well. I may not have the swing, but I have that move. If I ever think I hit one well, I freeze. Here's the last approach. He's chasing this one down.
Get up a little. No.
And again, that'll be a long putt. It's the goal from there. Will be to 2-putt from there. We've already talked about the University of Louisville program. Brady will join Cooper Clacomb there in a year, playing down at U of L. What sort of program is Jack Gilbert heading to at Texas? He'll be playing there in the fall.
Well, Texas is probably one of those blue bloods in college golf. A lot of history, a lot of tradition. It's a big deal. The golf program, they're coming off a national championship 2 years ago. And a lot of big names.
Well, you can tell that unfortunately Gilbert had a rough go of it over on 17. For Jack, it was a triple bogey 6 after he birdied it in round 1 and parted in round number 2. We'd be having a different conversation about Jack. He is +3 for the days of Liberty. He was at level par going to 17, which dropped him from tied for 8th to 13th in this field. But again, there's frankly a little, I'm not sure if pressure is the right word, but when you're already a high school senior, you have made your commitment.
Yeah.
There is less pressure in events like this.
Sure. Yeah, when the day you hear kids and all sports, the day they make that decision, it's they can actually, they don't have to worry about as much.
This group, Brady Smith, he parred the 17th. Loach's birdie. Take a look at Smith's card for today. How about this stat? So I'll see if he can avoid the broadcaster jinx as he has a lengthy 2-putt. 3 birdies. He has not bogeyed a hole today. In fact, dating back to yesterday's round, he has now gone 22 consecutive holes without a bogey.
It's pretty good out here.
Smith in conversations with his caddy in terms of what the play, what the line is.
Yeah, they just none of them have taken enough real estate. They got to play it up higher and let the ball fall down the slope rather than you get too much speed and it stays below the hole and just races by.
Loach is going to go first. Won the AJGA event. 3 Little Bird. He's finished in top 3 in 3 different events last year. He is class of 2026.
All right, got it out there.
Big swing and putt.
Just a little bit too much pace, but
yep.
I like his line.
Still got several feet to work with though to get in with the 4. 71-77 in his 2 rounds yesterday. And after he birdied the 17th, Nicholas is 2 over for his final round. So next to go it'll be Smith.
they're looking really high.
Smith finished second at the Justin Thomas event, which again, being a Kentucky native, is a big deal for him.
I like this one.
Does it have enough pace?
It should get, yeah. Not bad.
We didn't show it for you on camera as we were following the track of the ball, but Brady and his caddy both started backing up at the same time to get a better read. So he'll have that to finish with a bogey-free round. And have 9 consecutive pars on the back 9. Here's Jack Gilbert. Good effort from that distance. Frankly, he hit a better approach than what his end result was. It's a good putt from there. He'll finish with a 4. So a disappointing triple on 17 kind of throws a wrench into his day, or he too would have shot an even par 72. He'll finish the tournament at +7 and at 13th position. Loachis will go first. And an opening day 71. He's one of 5 golfers that finished under par on the opening day. Can he put this one in? Yes, he can. Well done. Nice job by the soon-to-be high school sophomore. Good finish to his week.
Boy, they are grinding over this putt.
Yep.
I don't think there's much to it. Wouldn't give up the hole. Left center.
In terms of the leaderboard, Smith has a shot to work with. The golfer behind him is 2 shots back. By the way, Dunham has given up a shot. So now 2 share the lead at -2. Dunham and Colton. They are playing 14 as we speak. The girls group behind these guys, and he missed it. Yep. Well, you nailed it. He just spent, I think he overthought that.
Yeah, when he got it outside the hole, it was just a left center putt. They really, I think, you know, just made it a little bit too complex for the situation.
So first bogey of the round.
Hate to see that.
If he makes this, he stays tied for 4th. He'll also go back-to-back 70s and make that one. I'll be disappointed with the extra shot he took at the end, but he just finished the tournament going 70-70. That's pretty doggone good. Because of the time that kind of was taken to study those putts. Girls group behind is awaiting in the fairway. Got 3 in the fairway of the next group to come through. This next group, Kavya Ajarapu, Anna Swan, Avery McCreary. Kavya on your screen from Lebanon, New Jersey. She is going to play at Ohio State. Currently is tied for fourth. By the way, we have another new leader in the girls division. Addison Klanowski is now at +1. So that leaderboard keeps changing on the girls' side. Much like the boys, the top 3 scorers are all on the final group. Swan and McCreary are due up next. Avery McCreary is currently tied for 8th. Anna Swan is tied for 12th. From Wilmington, Delaware.
Bite. Oh, this could be.
Listens to instructions. Look at that thing roll. Tremendous.
One of the top shots we've seen today.
She was an AJGA Rolex Junior All-American. Finished 3rd place at the Sally event. And Nota Begay champion as well. Here's Anna Swan. She's going to play at Oral Roberts. She played this event last year. From Northeast Pennsylvania. Not a region, that's a town. 2 words, North and East. Good looking ball here.
This might catch it.
Will it catch the ridge and roll down? I think so. Starts to trickle again towards the hole. How about those 2 approach shots? Phenomenal shots by those 2. Job well done by those ladies. So after this, we have 2 more girls groups on the course. Now this group is a little behind in terms of reporting of scores. The scores we have for them were last reported after 15. Ajarapu at +7. McCreary at +10, Swan at +13, but again, that does not have data from either the 16th or 17th holes. Let's take a look. That's Swan off to the right side. McCreary certainly put that on the right portion of the green. Ajarapu dancing with a long putt. So on the chip, Swan wearing the ORU gear. Almost rolled that one in, but left herself some work to do in terms of her par putt. We've seen a couple of area code putts go down from that side of the green today. Ajarapu with a lengthy roll. Here's a par putt. So Swan gives one back there. She'll tap that in for her birdie, or for her bogey, I should say. I would assume a lot of golf at Southern Hills is in her future, playing at Oral Roberts University. This is for birdie for McCreary. Missed it, but par is always a good score on this golf course. She'll knock that home. Ajarapu for par. Kavya will be the first to play, as you see the boys on 18 teeing off, and hear them as well. Down to the final 6 groups to come through today. Back to 18. This may end up being pretty good.
Yes.
He's going to catch that hill. He's going to keep on running.
Yep.
Look at this. Perfectly judged. That's the best chip of the day from that spot from the player that'll go to The Ohio State University. And there is a local tie to that Ohio State program, is there not?
To here?
Correct.
Well, long time coach Therese Hession from Indianapolis. She's retired for a couple years, but I think she still comes around.
Oh, yeah.
She can't stay away. She actually played golf at Indiana, I believe.
We'll update you on that group that's heading our way off the 18th tee. In a matter of moments, we've seen a few balls head that direction today. Here's McCreary.
In fact, that's Therese caddying.
Sometimes I set you up for things like
There
this.
you go. You knew that, didn't you?
We'd love to have seen that one gone in, but tap that home for a par on 18. Well done for the soon-to-be high school junior. I hear Swan trying to finish off her round. By the way, scores have updated for this group. Ajarapu at +9. Curry will finish at +10. Swan is at +14. Just left it left. Yeah, there are so many twists and turns of this green, but once you get close, our players putting a little too much into that putt.
Yeah, it appears so. We've seen several miss.
Just one birdie today on 18. Again, that's not uncommon for this finishing hole. It's for Ajarapu to have the tie the clubhouse lead. She's 8 shots off the lead in total. The best finishing score is Gibbons in the girls group before this at +9. Kavya trying to match that here. And she will. So pars all around for this group. And right now our best clubhouse score is +9. Best score on the course is +1. And there are all of 2 women's groups yet to finish. Girls groups, I should say. Brown, Hammond, Brockstedt are currently playing 17. Klanowski, Knob, and Huber are playing 15. This is the group on 17 here. One of those is a local product in terms of Samantha Brown. Westfield High School that is already able to play at Purdue. So that group is heading towards the 17th green. We're going to tell you something about Samantha's caddy at some point in time as well. You see him in the back wearing that the Flying Eye logo. That's our buddy Brent Nickerson, who was in Lance's seat for this event 2 years ago. Brent has worked with Erica Shepard and will continue to do so as she makes her way to the LPGA Tour from Duke University. Brent coached his UND women's program to the NCAA Division II quarterfinals just a few weeks ago. So back to the boys here that are heading to 18 for a final time. That ball went left. I thought I heard a 4 there. That's the only people that's the farthest left we have seen anybody today. But that's frankly playable from there. John Ed Steed, Bradley Chill, Jacob Lang. Our trio of players here. This might be really good. Look at this roll. Will it turn? How about that? That is a birdie putt that we will have. A short birdie putt coming up here on the 18th. And Luke Colt and Philip Dunham are playing 15. They're currently at 2 under. Let's go back and take a look at that last shot. And this is now the 20th group that we have seen come through here, and that's probably the best long iron we have seen all day.
Yeah, he played it perfectly. Let the slope take it. A couple inches from making it.
Brady Smith is the clubhouse leader at +2. 3 golfers on the course faring better than him. He was in the last boys group that came through here.
It's not bad either.
This will roll through the back, and a chip will be required, but a pretty straightforward chip as well. Bradley Chill of this group from Columbia Station, Ohio. He is a senior to be. He is heading to Indiana University. Jacob Lang from the state of Kentucky. He is a senior to be. He is undecided. And John Ed Steed is from Enterprise, Alabama. That is Southern Alabama. And he will be a junior next year, and he is undecided as well. So there might be just a few college coaches watching this group today. It's only one of the 3 having made a college verbal commitment at this point.
I do see the Indiana assistant out there in the white shirt.
We'll take a look back at what these players were able to do on the 17th hole. Trying to read exactly what that slope is going to do is so difficult on that chip. Bradley Chill of this group, the Hudson Junior champion. The boys PGA Junior finished tied for 16th. Jacob Lang of this group won the Greenwood Championship on the AJGA circuit in 2022. Finished 2nd at the tour stop at Hot Springs. John Ed Steed won the Atlanta Classic, the AJGA circuit 2022. Nice effort there. He was a 2022 AJGA Rolex All-American. Was John Ed Steed. This is Steed here. Steed is tied for 11th. He's +6 going to 17. This may work out awfully well. It's a little fast, but
pretty good.
From that distance, you've got yourself a straightforward putt. It's got some length to it, but a putt nonetheless. Bradley Chill that is on your screen. It's 4 over going to 17. Currently tied for 6th. Bradley has had 3 very consistent rounds here in this tournament. Shot 74, 73. In that neighborhood here. Good looking chip. Really good looking chip. That's kind of kick in range for Bradley. He'll be an Indiana Hoosier a year from now. Jacob Lang that had the phenomenal approach as Bradley finishes with a solid par. Lang was 5 over going to 17. These guys won't threaten the clubhouse lead, but these are also players that are looking like a top 10 is certainly in their respective futures. For par. Just ran it by. Steed will likely finish outside of the top 10. So here's Lang. Lang right now is tied for 9th. And leaders are at 2 under and are playing 15. Well done. Got the birdie. Great finish. So second birdie of the day. That's absolutely worth a fist bump.
Cut the skin.
And the bogey. That's a well-played hole by that trio of players. -2 right now is our winning score on the boys' side. +1 is our leading score on the girls' side, and our final girls group is playing 16. I see a group on the 16th fairway as we speak. So now we are going to the tee on 18. Samantha Brown, Mia Hammond, and Sawyer Brockstedt is this trio. This is a group that could all be back here next year. Samantha Brown will be a senior at Westfield. Mia Hammond will be a sophomore in high school next year. And Brockstedt from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. She'll be a junior in high school next year. This group respectively, Brown is currently in 4th. Hammond is tied for 5th. Brockstedt is tied for 8th. That's Samantha Brown. Brent Nicholson happy with the swing that she just uncorked on that one.
I saw it in the fairway, so fairway hit here is good.
Especially your last one of a challenging couple of days.
Sit.
Down.
Sit.
That ball will be just fine. Heard that command to sit. My first concern from there was it was going on the other side of the fairway.
No.
But that's just into the first cut. You'll be just fine from that look. Let's go back to see how this group did on 17. This is live, so this is the next boys group on 17. This will be Kahea Kina. Davis Watnoski would be in this group. Jay Mendel would be in this group too. We had kind of put him in the maybe last tee sheet incorrectly. Just trying to eyeball that off of the scoreboard. And that is correct. So Mendel has been third most today. He is not in the last group. Owen Ballas is. So Mendel, Watnoski, and Kahea Kina. The next boys group that is heading towards the 17th green as we speak. Mendel has played this event before. Our scoring is usually within a hole, sometimes gets a hole or two behind. We're trying to monitor all the action around the facility. And the boys' leaders, Colton and Dunham, are playing 15. They're 2 under. Mendel is a hole ahead of them. He's at 1 under. Smith in the clubhouse at +2. Akina, part of this group you see here, is at +2. And Watnoski is at +4. And Watnoski is yet to start high school. Young man from Wake Forest, North Carolina. These are the penultimate girls and boys groups that are playing 17 and 18 as we speak. So 4 groups left that we have to showcase for you here on ISC. More clouds than sun, but we're not worried about the rain until well after our round is done today. Some of the boys players, frankly, surrounding the green on 17. Obviously, one maybe got a little away from the green than he had planned, given that search for a golf ball that's taken place. So with that, let's go back to 18. That's Samantha Brown. She finished tied for 6th in the IHSAA State Championship at Prairie View in the fall. She'll be a senior at Westfield. She will head to play at Purdue. What sort of program does Purdue have these days, Lance?
You know, they haven't been as dominant as they were, you know, in the early 2000s, but still, you know, top 3 or 4 team in the Big Ten and top 50 nationally, which in West Lafayette, Indiana, that's something to talk about.
Brown with the approach that's just a bit strong, but she is in a position to chip in, which is not new to her. Here's 17. Off the green, no problem.
Well, she'll try to go back to back.
She went 73-73 yesterday. She's +4 in her round today. So Hammond and Brockstedt also in this group. Trying to bend this one a little right because missed it left. And again, you've got an interesting decision as to where exactly to land that chip from that location. So finally we go to the left edge of the fairway for the golfers. And Brown is at +6. Hammond at +9. Brockstedt at +10. And that is in the water. That is the first shot from a second shot perspective we have seen that is missed there today. That's Hammond. But unfortunately has a little more work to do. Hammond bogeyed the previous hole. In fact, Hammond's been on a bit of a negative run. She has given back 4 shots the last 3 holes. And clearly that trend will continue with that approach shot there. So he's been leaking oil a little bit. Fellas are done on 17. They're starting to make their way towards the 18th tee. So no second shots on the green from this group. We'll have Hammond that'll be playing her 4th next time she swings it. Brockstedt heading towards the wide portion of the green. Pulled her shot a bit left. Coach Nickerson doing a little tailoring there of the green, making sure it's taken care of. Before his coaching days, he was a head golf pro, in fact, at one of Pete Dye's original designs. What is now known as Dye's Walk in Greenwood. It was known as El Dorado when it was first built back in the 60s. So here's Hammond. Hammond won 2 events on the AJGA circuit last year. She reached the women's AM round of 16 last year, did Hammond. And she will be just a high school sophomore next year. This is her 4th. Does it have enough speed? It does. It'll get to the top ridge. It'll carry right, but from that spot, not bad. So she'll have that for bogey. Bogey would keep her in a top 10 position. Frankly, a 2-putt from there would likely do the same. We'll see Brockstedt give it a go. Brockstedt currently in sole possession of 9th.
Yeah, I think the lie is dictating this type of shot here. That ball is sitting down.
She's going to swing it out and hope to hit the ridge.
Yeah, it's about all you can do.
Brockstedt birdied 16. She eagled 11. But unfortunately, has 5 additional bogeys on the back 9. She's been on the roller coaster to finish this round. Brockstedt 75-73 yesterday. She will have have her work cut out for her.
Yeah, that's
Now you simply hope to lag that, take your bogey, and hopefully maintain a top 10. But unfortunately for Sawyer, her worst round of the 2 days will be this third and final round. Chip-in birdie was her first birdie of the day. She may not like that at first. That's not a bad shot.
That's good.
We've seen that all day, that those ones you think, hey, I missed that. Maybe you didn't miss it like you thought you did. She's got that for a par and what would be a 78. She will not factor in the win, but against a national level field, the local product will finish potentially as high as 4th. By the way, the leaders are now getting ready to go to 17 for the girls. Klonowski +2, Riley Knobb +3, and Caitlin Huber +4. So we are quickly getting to the decision-making time here of this event. From a speed standpoint, this will be good. Does it have the line? It's a good effort from there. We'll see if Brockstedt can knock that home for a 5. Be a final round 79 if she does. That'll put her tied for 10th. Reference Grazerman's 66 on the boys' side from well back in the field. Right now, the round of the day on the girls' side is Avery Weed, who we saw several groups ago, a 1/73. Hammond for her 5. So she'll finish with a 6. Rough closing stretch of holes for Hammond. She'll fall back to +11, tied for 9th. Brown to go first. Chip-in birdie on her last hole. And rolls that in for a par. Well done. So a 6 over 78. She'll finish in 8 over. She is tied for 4th. Looking back, the next to last boys group is on the 18th tee as we speak. Got this one. So again, Brown tied for 4th. Hammond tied for 9th. Brockstedt right now in sole possession. She drops back to tied for 12th of this group. Let's go back to 18, to the tee box, I should say. Like this group just done on the tee box. By the way, Philip Dunham has given up a shot. So Luke Colton has sole possession of the boys' lead at 2 under. That group is playing 16.
We got several golfers that can still win.
Yep. So this is live action on 17. This is the last girls group. So again, Klinowski +2. Riley Knobb +3. Caitlin Huber +4. And those scores are accurate to their previous hole. Of this group, Knobb and Huber are both juniors to be in high school. Klinowski is a senior. She is listed as undecided. The chip here, what you're going to play has been to leave it under the hole over on 17. Good play and chip here. And again, under the hole. This will go all the way to the base of the green. This is such a tough green. It's such a common miss to miss where we've seen so many players there today.
Well, just pins all the way back.
Yep.
Just having that navigate that green. Everything slopes from right to left.
I think the official definition of the pin placements today, gnarly.
The two we've seen. Unreachable. Ungettable.
We saw Huber in this tournament last year. These names and faces you get used to calling after a few years. On the putt. Runs that by the hole. Some work left to do. Huber's last event, she finished 2nd at the Justin Thomas event. This finishes at 14th and 16th in earlier events this year. Finishes the runner-up in the Arnold Palmer event last July. With putts now. Riley Knobb of this group qualified for the U.S. Women's Am 2 years ago at the age of 14. She won the Dustin Johnson event earlier this year. Just pulled that one. So that's a 4. Klinowski facing a similar situation. So we'll monitor that, but again, we'll go back to 18 now. Jay Mendel of this group is one shot off the lead. In fact, everybody of this group has given a shot. So Dunham and Coulton are at 1 under. They're getting ready to play 17. Our last group of the day. Mendel is at even. And Aquina is at +3. Wodnowski is +5. So it's Mendel of this group that is going to factor into the championship debate. The iron approach from the rough. Already got 1 ball on the green. Make it a second ball on the green. He's got a couple of lengthy birdie putts coming up. More iron that was pulled left. Will it come back? It's an interesting position there. Those are 3 balls where you would take your 4 and move on at this moment.
I think the first one on the green, he hit his tee shot in the water.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay.
So he's putting for par.
Right.
Not sure which one that was.
Jay Mendel of this group from Lafayette, Louisiana, going to play golf at LSU. Jay was the runner-up here to Matt Maloney last year. Tell us about the program he's about to join down in Baton Rouge.
Good program. They won a national title. It's been about 6 years, I think, since they won, maybe 7. But, you know, obviously an SEC school and program that is contending every year for tournament wins and postseason berths.
Kehei Aquina of this group, 2-time high school state champion in Utah, which is pretty good considering he'll be a high school junior next year. He was the low amateur at the Provo Open. Rounding out this group is Davis Wodnowski. Davis is one of the younger competitors in the field. He is ranked #1 in his class, and he's about to be a high school freshman.
#1 in his class, and he's top 200 overall. So that's pretty strong.
Well, so this is the final boys group. This is where our 2 leaders are in Dunham. So we'll eyeball that shot as well. Lost that one off to the right. Then Luke Coulton as well. So this is Wodnowski. This may be good. Yeah, it got too big of a kick.
Yeah, landed it too far. You got to land that almost up on the flat.
That second bounce killed him. It's Mendel that again, is putting here to try to stay in the championship fight. Wodnowski's going to keep the, looks like the wedge in hand on this shot. He will go ahead and play to kind of speed things up for the other 2 with him in the group. On the day, Mendel even par. Aquina 1 over par. Wodnowski 3 over par. Looks like Mendel's going to go. You know it's getting late in the day because there's more and more people starting to congregate around 18. Good read on this putt. Good line on this putt. Good speed on this putt. Oh my goodness. Would have been the putt of the day. So this is our last girls group that is teeing off now. Saw them on 17. Knob on the tee next. That was Huber that just teed off.
2 steps right of the blue camera thing. Okay.
We ask you not to hit the person
You
in
got
the
plenty
blue
of
camera
fairway
thing.
over there. Okay.
Great job by our camera crew today. Absolutely fantastic as we're approaching 5 hours of golf coverage here on ISC.
Turn.
Water?
Straight up. No, it's up.
Oh my gosh.
So as they're teeing off back on 18, Akina sizing up his putt here on the 18th green. And at +3, probably not going to factor in the win. He's right now in position to be top 5. Again, the right line. Does he have enough in it? That is the first ball that we have seen come up short from that putt today.
Not enough speed. He had it read correctly.
Yep. Had the proper line. All this group has a little work to do. Soft touch for the #1 player in his class of 2027. Ages me just saying that, by the way. Pretty straightforward putt here. But again, we have seen so many people almost put too much into it once you get to this kind of plateau at the back of the green.
It's pretty much a left edge putt for him. Yep.
That's exactly what he hit. Good solid 2 putt from there. Yeah, man, that's 16 years of age. One of a couple of different golfers from Utah in the field today. So our last trio of girls competitors away to the 18th fairway. The guys behind them have made it to the 17th green. Mendel is at even par. Runner-up last year. So it cost him at least one. Gives Dunham and Colton a little more cushion. This is Witnowski for his 5. He'll finish with a 77. Puts him right now tied for 11th. Taps that one home. It's a handshake shared by this group. We'll update you fully on scores. This group here in a moment or two, they'll make their way to the scores table just to the left of the clubhouse. So we are down to our final 2 groups. We do not have scores updated yet from what happened on 17. Klonowski at +2 going to 17, Knob at +3, Huber at +4. And you see Huber reaching for a ball. That's never a good sign.
Yeah, they've been going over this for a while.
Yep. Huber at +4 of the group. Klonowski will go ahead and shoot here. I think Knob has done the same. So Klonowski is on the green. Will it get to the back portion of the green? It's going to hang right there.
Right on the.
That's makeable from there. So Knob is shy of the green. She is laid up. Klonowski is on the green. Huber, you would assume she is hitting 3 in this scenario?
Yes.
And these 3 have several shots cushioned between all those behind them. So it will come from this group. Just a matter of whom and again.
And I doubt she puts the ball on the green from there.
Right.
She's probably going to play it out.
This is about really what the group did on 17 leading into here. So we can update you now. And yeah, some of the drama has left this one because Klonowski was able to par the last hole. Huber bogey the last hole. Knob doubled the last hole. So Klonowski has a 3-shot cushion, and she is sitting on the green. And Huber has put that in the water.
Was it all the way up here? Wow, I don't think she's
by the green. Yep.
Yeah, she's not gonna get to come up very far.
So Huber and Knob really are playing for second at this point, and given where Knob is at in the fairway and what Huber has had, let's take a look. We're tracking this with our camera position behind the green. Just couldn't hang on. Addison Klonowski. Seems to be in good position to be our next Dye Junior Invitational champion.
This has any speed to it. Yeah.
Start to turn on the approach by Knob.
Good shot.
Yep. That should safely put her in second place. Let's update you on the boys' scores as well. Colton and Dunham both gave a shot on 17. So we'll see. And Mendel gave one on 18. So Colton and Dunham are tied at even par, heading back to the 18th tee as we speak. So Huber will drop from just shy of the 18th. Really, she's not going to factor into the lead at this point. She's just trying to make sure she can hang on to a top 3. Huber began the day with the lead. She was 1 under. She was even par through 6. She bogeyed 4 consecutive holes, 7 through 10. Bogeyed the 17th. I believe this is her 5th she's about to take here.
Correct.
Klonoski laying 2. Knob will have a par putt. So here's the final boys group. Again, Dunham, Colton are at even par. Mendel is at 1 over. He's in the house. Dunham, big lefty from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. How about the fact that our 2 boys leaders are about to be high school sophomores?
Yeah, and
Dunham tattooed that.
Yeah, he hit that maybe as long as we've seen today.
Third member of this group is Bowen Ballas, who's going to play at Vanderbilt. He's from Shenandoah, Texas.
They've got a pretty good golf team.
So we'll keep you abreast as to what's going on here at the green. We could have a playoff on the boys' side. So next up is Luke Colton. Huber pitches, by the way, here at the green. Good pitch from her angle again, but she's unfortunately got a big number. So Colton, who has shot 70, 73, and is in line for 1 over. And how about this? Our 2 leaders are both lefties as well.
That's where they all are.
Get you back to the green when we need to. Dunham is well down the fairway. Can Colton match? Well, he likes it. See exactly where it lands. Well, he's in the short grass. All 3 of them are. Dunham will have a closer approach. So here's Klonoski. She's got a 3-shot lead. Just exactly that. Just put it next to the hole.
Routine par.
Yep. Take any drama out of it whatsoever. Klonowski was able to make the women's AM round of 32 last year. Finished second in an event on the Florida Junior Tour back in April. He's co-medalist of a qualifier for the girls junior 2 years ago. And we'll tap that home right there. And gets a well-deserved hug for her efforts. Kind of what happened on 17. Yeah, a bit anticlimactic. You can see it's kind of washing over her now that she has picked up a big-time victory.
Indeed.
And again, I'll kind of double-check the notes, but she is listed as class of 2023 undecided as to what she wants to do.
That's interesting.
Hubert is trying to kind of move this along a little bit. She was in the lead for a good chunk of the final round, unfortunately. Didn't have the close she had hoped for, but we'll hope to see her back here again a year from now. She has played this event multiple times now. So Knob is trying to finish out in style and wrap up a runner-up finish. Klonowski, by the way, going to finish 72, 72, 74. But again, in terms of the leaderboard, I don't think that's going to make that big of a difference. We'll get the final permutations coming up here in a matter of moments. Knocks that one home. Huber may have ended up falling all the way back to a tie for third with Brown and Ajarapu. We'll know for sure in a matter of moments. But now there is one group on the course, and let's do the math for you. It is basically match play between Dunham and Colton. If both of them bogey, they bring Mendel back into the equation. If one of them birdies, that is the winner of this event.
And we have maybe our best breeze of the day here coming over our right shoulders into the wind.
Bowen Ballas +6 for the day, so he will not factor into the winning decision today. Well, the seem to be from Shenandoah, Texas. Dunham will play last of the group. I think Luke Colton will go first. Colton finished second in the Texas Junior Amateur 2 years ago. Won the Cameron McCormick event, the AJGA Tour last year, and finished second at the Texas Cup last year as well.
He's got 166 here.
And the lefty approach is different into the green here. Got a good looking line. Does he have the right distance? Will this ball come down at all? It's going to hang up. So he'll have a tricky putt. Again, on the green, but a tricky putt. This is Ballas now. In terms of the leaderboard, Bowen right now is tied for 8th. birdie would put him in a four-way tie for 5th. Following his shot, and he should be. Great one. Look at that one nestled down there. He'll have a birdie putt on that one to finish his round. Well done. Now it comes to Dunham. And Dunham last year was battling for the lead late as a kid that had yet to enjoy his freshman year of high school.
140. That's the closest we've seen.
He has won twice in AJGA events. Sends it out to the left. But hits the slope.
He brought that around.
Follows instructions. And oh my goodness. Unless Colton can hit that length of putt, Dunham will have that putt to win the tournament. My goodness, what a shot.
Well, if you're going to win a tournament, make a birdie, right? Just hope he doesn't overread it like everyone else has been.
And again, and frankly, Colton's putt is not an easy 2-putt from where he is. So what Colton does on this next putt will affect the pressure of Dunham greatly. By the way, if we do have a playoff, it'll be on 17 and 18 where our camera positions currently are. So it's Colton who will be away. Colton 70 and 73 over his 2 rounds. He doubled this once yesterday. Parred it once yesterday as well. Colton bogeyed both 16 and 17. It's 1 over for his round so far. Dunham's putt where he's looking at. Safe to say he learned something from playing this hole yesterday. Because he went bogey, bogey on this hole a day ago. Dunham played the front 9 and 1 over. He is also currently 1 over on the back 9, but has a birdie putt. What would you estimate his distance on that putt is, Lance?
This one here?
On Dunham's putt.
Oh, 6 feet max. 5 feet maybe.
Now you can give the estimate on this one.
Yeah,
if
the
you'd
other
like
one.
to, what should his line be from here?
I mean, his line, I think, is just, it's not a lot. I think it's moving from left to right, but it's all speed. Once you get it down that little slope, if he can just figure out the speed, he shouldn't have much left.
This will tell you how much work that Dunham has left in his.
That's going to pick up speed right here.
Speed looks good.
And then it, yep, that's good lag.
He's got to make that to really put pressure on Dunham to make his.
I think Dunham's going to actually be out.
Correct. It'll be Ballas that'll be out first.
Yep.
His goal is to obviously make this, but really just to kind of make quick work of his effort. Get out of the way. Has to move the mark. Ellis birdied this hole yesterday. Too far right.
Not sure he learned much from that putt.
No.
It was.
So Ballas is in. +6 on his final round. Finished +5 for the tournament.
And we've seen this putt several times today.
Yep.
Actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, Colton
is out.
Yep.
It doesn't look like it from here. Interesting.
So if Colton makes this, Dunham still wins with 1 putt, sends to a playoff with 2. If this is a miss, Dunham can breathe easy. Got it. All right, so he is in at even par. Dunham has this to win it. If not, we have a playoff. What's in this, Lance?
It's just left edge, good speed. You don't. If he hits it too soft, it could tail.
Missed it.
He didn't have enough speed on it.
Missed it. So we will have a playoff in this event for the first time. So both competitors in at even. And we will have a playoff.
Yeah, he just didn't have enough pace on it. He's got to jam it in there.
So again, 17 and 18 are the playoff holes. We'll see if we go back to 18 or if we head elsewhere to start this playoff. We do have a women's champion, or a girls champion, I should say, and Addison Klinowski. Congratulations to her. Obviously, we'll, before we start the playoff, have a little downtime to kind of turn in scorecards. We're getting some cameras repositioned as well. Klinowski is the winner by 4. By the way, Huber unfortunately dropped 4 shots on that last hole, so she ended up finishing all the way back tied for 5th. So the girls leaderboard, I'll give you the top 10. Addison Klinowski 1, Riley Knobb 2, Samantha Brown and Kavya Ajarapu T3, Avery McCrary, Sydney Gibbons, Caitlin Huber tied for 5th, Avery Weed and Mia Hammond tied for 8th. But Klinowski ends up being your winner by a total of 4 shots. This will be the first time that we have had a playoff in this event. This is the 4th year that it has happened. So Colton at even par 73 today. 70, 73, and 73. 70, 73, and 73. There we go. His 3 rounds for the tournament. Dunham 68, 74, and 74. Both golfers in with a par on the 18th and final hole. We've got At least one more hole of golf for you before we wrap up our full day of coverage on ISC. Cannot thank our ISC Sports Network crew enough. A great job they have done in documenting this event for a little more than 5 hours and 20 minutes. So here's the leaderboard. Your thoughts about what we saw in the girls' division, Lance?
Well, obviously the course played fairly hard for them and without a player being under par. Usually we see it with a field strength that we have here. The course actually won this week, so, which isn't uncommon for Crooked Stick, but yeah.
We do have the leaderboard on the boys' side set. Again, Dunham and Colton, both are at an even par. Mendel will finish just back of the leaders for a second consecutive year. Brady Smith, Kihei Akina, Jacob Lang, Bradley Chill, Carson Bertignol, and Owen Ballas will be your top 10 on the boys' side. How often do kids at this level get to play in a playoff scenario like we're about to have happen?
I mean, it happens. You know, it's not uncommon. Obviously, a lot at stake here. This tournament has a lot of strength when it comes to Wagger points and Junior Golf Scoreboard Golf Week rankings, so it adds to it. But I imagine most of these kids have experienced a playoff at some point or another.
Starting to see some folks kind of scurry in carts. Here you see the leaderboard for the boys. That's through the top 8 positions. We've got cameras positioned on hole 17 and 18, which is where they would play these playoffs. But how about this? And 18, by the way, is where they're going to play the first playoff hole. Got that from Tony Pancake. Normally, Tony has a chance to kind of join us during the course of the broadcast, but Tony's been busy here over the course of today. Another 4th successful playing of this event. We'll wrap up once we determine a winner between these two youngsters that are, again, just completed their freshman years of high school. We appreciate you joining us all day long here on the ISC Sports Network. Tell you what, we'll take a break, give our crew a little downtime before we start this playoff. So back with more in a moment. We've been on for 5.5 hours. Why not take a break 5.5 hours in, right? Back after this on ISC.
Brewer jams it home. That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa.
My goodness.
122.60 for Penn.
What a swim. Six of them.
Fall means football. And on the ISC, we've got you covered all season long. Catch our broadcast live on television on MyND TV 23 and Comcast 81, as well as streaming on ISCSportsNetwork.com. With a subscription to ISC for only $4.99 a month, you get access to our entire library, viewable anytime, anywhere, on our website or on the ISC app. Don't miss a single broadcast. ISC Sports Network. Football lives here. The ISC Sports Network is your home for sports content across the Hoosier State. Find us live on TV and streaming or archived on our website and our app. The ISC is your one-stop shop for the content you want to see, including high school sports, college sports, and other great events throughout the year. Subscribe to our streaming service and get access to it all. ISC, local lives here.
Your life is on the go. Now your viewing habits can be on the go. With the ISC Sports Network app, your team is at your fingertips. You can download years' worth of content from the ISC Sports Network library. High school, college, special events, weekly and monthly shows, wherever you find your favorite app. And you can always find out more information at iscsportsnetwork.com.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Oh, my goodness. 122.60 for Penn. What a swim. Six of them.
Fall means football. And on the ISC, we've got you covered all season long. Catch our broadcast live on television on MyNDTV 23 and Comcast 81, as well as streaming on ISCSportsNetwork.com. With a subscription to ISC for only $4.99 a month, you get access to our entire library, viewable anytime, anywhere, on our website or on the ISC app. Don't miss a single broadcast. ISC Sports Network. Football lives here. The ISC Sports Network is your home for sports content across the Hoosier State. Find us live on TV and streaming or archived on our website and our app. The ISC is your one-stop shop for the content you want to see, including high school sports, college sports, and other great events throughout the year. Subscribe to our streaming service and get access to it all. ISC, local lives here.
Your life is on the go. Now your viewing habits can be on the go. With the ISC Sports Network app, your team is at your fingertips. You can download years' worth of content from the ISC Sports Network library. High school, college, special events, weekly and monthly shows, wherever you find your favorite app. And you can always find out more information at iscsportsnetwork.com.
There you see Phil Dunham. Ready to tee it off on 18 for a second time over the course of the last few minutes. We have a playoff for the first time in the 4-year history of the Pete and Alice Dye Junior Invitational alongside Lance Ringler of Golf Week Magazine. My name is Greg Rakestraw. Thank you so much for joining us on the ISC Sports Network. Thanks for joining us all morning long. We have been here since, well, about 9:55 Eastern time this morning when the first group that we covered got to 17. We had 71 talented boy and girl golfers from all across the country. We have crowned a girls champion in Addison Klanowski of Naples, Florida. But we will now crown a boys champion between these two young men, which both have just completed their freshman years of high school. Philip Dunham of Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Luke Colton of Frisco, Texas. They both just parred 18. And again, Philip Dunham just missed a birdie putt of about 5 or 6 feet that would have won it. Saw Tony Pancake heading out to kind of assist in the proceedings on 18. What's going through your mind if you're 15 years of age and playing for a tournament championship like this?
Well, Dunham's probably a little bit upset he missed that putt, and Colton, you know, obviously feels fortunate to be in the playoffs, so a little bit of a swing in emotions, but both players, you know, need to reset, and you can't fall asleep on this tee shot. You know, it's one shot at a time, literally, here on 18 at Crooked Stick. So you can't get too far ahead of yourself. You got to forget the past and put the ball in the fairway here. Advantage definitely to Dunham. He appears to be the longer player.
Yeah, you said it well. He put himself about 140 yards out.
Yeah,
that's about 320 off the tee is what he hit that.
Best we had seen all day. I think we had one other shot that was about 146, but 140 was the closest. Looks like Dunham has the honor.
If you're Dunham, you frankly want to play it just like you played the last two. You just want to make the putt.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he can replicate how good that iron was. The drive, I think he can. Dunham played in this event last year and was a deciding factor down the stretch of this event last year. Well, clearly he liked it. We'll see the end result momentarily. Rised it yet again.
Yeah. General area.
Yep.
Maybe not quite as far.
Here's Colton. What did you say Dunham had him by about, what do you think, 25, 30 yards last time?
He did have him by about
maybe
30,
even more. Yeah.
About 30, I think.
Colton. A little bit of a longer look, but still kind of staring it down. It's exactly where that ball may have went.
Way back.
Yeah. Well, he's, again, on the fairway, but didn't hit it well. So Dunham does have the advantage here. And now, from that distance, for Colton, what do you got in the bag? What are you aiming at? What can you do from that far back in the fairway?
Well, I mean, he knows the green. He's been up here. He's seen the whole location. So I think if he's got a good lie, he's just going to hit one of those shots that can kind of probably land in the front third of the green and bounce back. You can't, from where he's hitting, you can't hit pin yardage. There's no way to stop the ball. So you're definitely probably going to take about 20 off the hole yardage and try to scoot one back here a little bit.
Dunham, a 6-time U.S. Kids Golf World Champion, a 4-time Doral Publix Junior Champion. He won an event last month on the Florida Junior Tour. In fact, he's already won twice on the Florida Junior Tour this year. Colton will be to his in relatively short order. Dunham's got a little more of a hike to get to his. Dunham also won the Innisbrook event on the AJGA Tour, so this is not exactly unfamiliar territory for him so far in 2023.
No, obviously two really good players here in the playoff. I got him at 204.
So if he had him by 30-ish yards last time, this is more along the lines of 50-ish yards this time around. Colton left it on the kind of high plateau above the green last time. Hit a heck of a 2-putt. Flagged it beautifully up there. See what he can hit with this level of iron to hold the green here. Trying to figure out exactly what the wind's going to do to it.
It's hurting.
Takes a shot. See what he thinks about the line.
Bunker.
Yep. That was a tough ask from that distance. So now if you're Dunham,
151.
He's about 10 yards further back than he was last time. But you would have put it in the exact same spot.
Yeah, and he's, like you said, about 50 yards in front of Colton.
And the absolute right line did Dunham last time. But to repeat that here again. It's out to that left side.
Yeah, looking good.
Almost the exact same line and almost the exact same spot. He'll be below the hole this time, but dials it up again. My goodness. Maybe he's got 3 more feet of putt this time. But to hit that shot back-to-back times on 18, just tremendous. Any real difference in that putt compared to the one that he just missed?
It's probably going to be a little easier because it's a little longer, and so he's going to have to hit it a little harder. I don't think it's going to break much at all, maybe right edge. But that's probably a little bit more comfortable zone than being – sometimes when you have it 4 feet or so, that's just almost too close, if that makes sense.
Now if you're Colton, are you thinking – I have to make this?
Well, I mean, I think it's the same thing. If he's in the sand, it's an easier shot than if he's in the grass because he just chunks it out and lets it run down the slope. We've seen some shots. I think he's still, I mean, obviously he'll have a chance to go in if he gets it rolling correctly. But he's still thinking he's got to make a par to hopefully extend it.
Luke Colton attends Wakeland High School in Frisco, Texas.
He may not be in the sand the way he's acting there.
Yeah. Young man finished second in the individual medalist category back on May 23rd. His team finished third in the state championship in Texas. Shot of 139 over 2 days of the state tournament just a couple of weeks back. What's his aim point here, Lance?
I think he can go right at it. I think just. Yep, now let it work.
Trickle down that ridge. Beautifully done. Give it a look.
Yep.
Now he basically has.
Oh, he's outside.
Outside, so
yep.
he has to hit this, or Dunham can two-putt to a victory. Never had a repeat champion at this event. Our defending champion in Matt Maloney on the boys' side came back to play this year. And that finished 15th. Dunham was here last year, so clearly he may be coming back for a third summer.
Kind of likes it here.
Young man who has his own name emblazoned on his putter. Colton's got to make this just to put some pressure on Dunham. Or our first playoff hole will be our last. A little less work to do the last time he was here in terms of his two-putt. Be a one-putt obviously here. Straightforward putt, and Dunham should get a read off of this. Missed it. So Dunham has 2 to win it. Colton doesn't want to rush it. And at this point, he may not need to touch it a second time. Literally, he's trying to put this within kicking distance if you're Dunham at this point. You can hit it great. But a lot easier work knowing you just have to two-putt this. And 1 is all that's necessary. Philip Dunham took him a 55th hole, but he is your winner of the 2023 Pete and Alice Dye Boys Junior Invitational. So he didn't get the birdie on the 54th hole. He gets the birdie on the 55th hole. So Luke Colton will finish as your runner-up. But Philly Dunham in his second visit to Crooked Stick. It's the handshake from Tony Pancake on a job well done. He doesn't look like a young man that's completed his freshman year of high school, does he?
No, there.
He clearly has a very bright future in front of him. And he has now won multiple events on multiple tours at the junior level over the course of the last few months.
Yeah, he's definitely a hot player and someone to keep an eye on at the U.S. Junior this year and trying his luck at the USAM.
And the flag stick now does not have a flag. That is going to go home with the Dunham family as a souvenir for winning today's event. Well, with the length of time that we went on for the playoff, we will probably not go the route of the post-match interviews, but just kind of wrap it up to give our crew a bit of a breather. So, Lance, your final thoughts on today's activities here at Crooked Stick.
Like you just said, I think we've seen the start of a really good run by Dunham this summer. Obviously been playing well, and the confidence when you play an event like this against players of this caliber, the confidence you get from winning is just, you can't replicate that. So I think I'm looking forward to watching what he does the rest of the summer. And again, 4th year here at Crooked Stick with the Dye Junior, just continuing to improve. The trick for them is going to be keeping the field at a manageable number, because there's a lot of people that want to play in this event, and it's very easy for them to open it up more and get more players in here. It just depends on what their long-term goal is with this event.
Again, the field was 66 each of the last 3 years, bumped it up ever so slightly this year. Ended up being 71, designed to be 72. I think from a time of play standpoint, it was absolutely the right number. And again, this course, as it always is, was in immaculate condition.
Right. I remember talking about this a couple years ago, and just the atmosphere here. It's championship golf. The course is championship caliber, and a lot of players want to play it. And this just going to continue to improve, and they'll be able to get the kind of field they want to get. And you're going to see in a few years, we're going to be talking about guys that won here that are playing professionally.
Well, on behalf of our entire ISC Sports Network crew, this is Greg Rakestraw. For Lance Ringler, Ryan Bailey, Aaron Van Wolde, Eldon Wheeler, Austin Lass, Chase Eisnagel, Alex Laverne, Sean Walker, and some of the other good people behind the scenes that made this show happen. Daryl Tibbs in that group as well. We thank you for joining us. Really 6 hours of junior golf featuring some of the top players in both boys and girls across the country. Again, your winners today, frankly, it was the entire field, but your girls champion, representing Naples, Florida, Addison Klinowski. For the boys, it's Philip Dunham from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Again, thank you for joining us all day long here from a legendary golf venue, Crooked Stick in Carmel, Indiana. You're going to watch the 2023 Pete and Alice Dye Junior Invitational right here on the ISC Sports Network.